Hello everyone, it's me, Tovsky. I'm umpiring today a game on the International Kriegsspiel Society Discord. Today's game is going to be one of our Open Saturday games, which is a weekly Kriegsspiel game hosted for everyone. Everyone can join. If you're interested, check out the Discord. This week's scenario is going to be World War II Eastern Front. And it's going to be based on a real historical battle, Battle of Viljandi, which was fought. It was a minor battle fought in 1941 summer when the German forces invaded the Soviet Union and thus eventually reached the southern border of the Estonian SSR, or is it SR? I can't remember. And yep, I am currently in the setup phase of the game. The players have been planning for a while. They've been given their briefings. I wonder if I can quickly give you a big picture of the briefing. Here's, for example, the Soviet briefing. That's going to load in. I put some effort into this scenario to make it as historically correct as possible. Once it loads, well, there we go. For example, this here is an actual layout from the battle, from the old USSR archives made about the deployment of Soviet troops on the day of the battle. And here you have a long list of information for the players. Basically, got a lot of background information for the players to read. And then a long list of units, as there is an entire division's worth of units here. You can maybe pause the video and check it out if you want to read that. And if you want to play it yourself, you can come on to the Open Saturday games. Then the Germans as well, they have their own briefings, which is kind of from the German perspective. There's a lot of shared information, like the background, but also some more interesting things that are dug from real life archives. But yeah, I now need to go back to hosting the game, so this was the intro. I'm not sure if I'm gonna upload this to the IK's YouTube channel or if I'm just gonna keep it for myself, but anyways, I'm gonna get back to work.
Yeah, okay.
All
Well,
right.
we'll definitely dig in and have those prepared.
Alright, Soviets, have you decided where you're going to deploy your troops?
Yes, Otto, I'm streaming my screen.
Yep, I can see that.
Okay, the main line of defense will be back here at this town. I think it's called Metapera. I don't know. This is where my rifle regiment will be.
Alright, gotcha.
Second company will be here, south of Insu, or around Insu, in a flanking position. Their hope is to ambush. They'll be trying to stay concealed.
Alright.
The leading element will be just south of Soltsi, or in the vicinity of Soltsi, anchored on that pond in those woods there. They will be holding that position for the start of the game.
Alright, gotcha.
We'll each be operating fairly independently, so
Yep.
it's a decentralized defense, you know.
Yeah.
Spread out.
Yep. Alright, and also, I'm not sure if that's, well, I should, or you might already know this, but as the Soviets in the early war, you're going to be completely reliant on runners, so that might bring some kind of communication problems. But yeah,
It's okay. I don't think we need runners. We just need shooters.
nice. Alright, Germans. Your scouts have now come with information about Soviet troops and your high command has ordered you to destroy at least destroy a considerable amount of these troops, as if the battle group continues advancing north without taking care of this threat, these Soviet troops might be able to act as partisans behind the friendly lines. So
then change of plans.
So in the village of Sultsi in the south, considerable Soviet formations have been sighted, perhaps a company's worth. So that is definitely the largest concentration of troops that has been sighted. And also more northwards, on the road towards Viljandi, Soviet troops have been spotted in the areas of Lodi and Matapera.
Okay.
I'm going to give you, let's say, do you think you can think of a plan in 10 minutes so we can get this show on the road?
10 minutes would be enough.
Alright, you got 10 minutes and then the game will begin. So in 10 minutes I want everyone to have basically posted their beginning orders in their own channel. Remember to listen to your CIC, the timer starts now.
Any orders? Do you know what your mission is? Just perform your mission. So we're all independent at this point.
I'm really tempted to launch that ambush. It's probably a terrible idea, but it's a
I don't think it would hurt to attempt because you're dead anyway, right?
Yeah.
Do what hurts the enemy most.
So it's by the way, the game is scheduled to now begin in 10 minutes. So you now have, if you can, start writing in your own channels your beginning orders for this first turn, and also, if possible, send a picture of where you want your troops to be positioned exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okei, noi pelaajat on nyt tällä hetkellä suunnittelemassa sotasuunnitelmia.
Joo.
Oikeastaan voin laittaa suurimman osan näistä nappuloista piiloon. Ettei lagaa kenenkään peliä.
Otto.
Yes.
Who commands the Paktuk for the...
It's going to be... it's basically under regimental leader's command. He can decide what to do with it.
Yeah, I'll put it as Victor for now. I'm gonna go back to the Soviets, see what they're doing.
Yeah, the Soviets are... Oh, yeah. Jos haluat, niin voit mennä ihan kuuntelemaan, mitä noi pelaajat sepittää, niin ehkä tulee parempi käsitys, että mikä niiden idea on, että mitä ne tekee.
Joo, mä varmaan mennä tämän saksalaista.
Juu, sit vaan. Okay, so this is the International Kriegsspiel Society, so one of the umpires is also Finnish, so...
Companies and the MG company.
Wait, are the two engineer companies behind each other or like on the side?
You are intended to start from Kasi and perform a flanking attack on the village of Lodi, where the second Soviet defensive positions were spotted at. Meanwhile, another detachment is supposed to act as a blocking force for any Soviet reinforcements trying to relieve their allies in the south from the village of Metapera. So the flank attack is going to be composed of both engineer companies and the MG company.
Okay, I've been kind of debating whether to not show the stream of my whole screen or only show the game, but I think it can be interesting for you all viewers to basically see what the umpires are doing. But basically right now both sides have 6 minutes to complete planning, actually 5 minutes now, until the game begins, and the Soviets are currently planning over there, and you can see from this small window in the screen about whereabouts they are deciding to deploy their troops. So they're supposed to slow down the Germans, or actually just defeat the German offensive, while the Germans are supposed to do the opposite, which is to go north and attack the village of Viljandi. And the plans have been quite interesting. Basically, the Soviet 4th Rifle Company, I think it is, has been ordered to deploy in the village of Sulci, while in the north the Soviets are a bit more, let's say, not as obvious with the placement of troops, since I think they are planning to do an ambush near the village of Lodi in the center here. And interestingly, it seems like the German plan is going to be basically marching into this ambush. I gave them some information about the Soviet positions, as I'm trying to portray of a period of scouting, as the Germans likely have been scouting at least a bit the Soviet positions before attacking, and as such they knew about the quite obvious placement of Soviet troops in the village of Sulci. I said that there might be a company's worth of troops there, which there are, but the information about on the rest of the area is more vague. I've just told them that Soviet troops have been spotted near Lodi and Matapera. So we'll see how it turns out. The Germans do outnumber the Soviets by a company, and the German units are more specialized. They have some pioneers, which in the German army were quite well equipped for assaults. That's basically the main purpose, unlike for most nations. And they are supported by an artillery battery. So it's definitely going to be a tough game for the Soviets, especially since it's 1941 and the Soviet army isn't quite yet what it's going to be in 1944 and 1945, when in April 45 they eventually waltz into Berlin. But I think you can have a fun game even though if the sides are asymmetrical, and oh boy, in real life commanders often have to fight battles which perhaps aren't in their favor. Okay, we got 2 minutes left.
So I would say
Indeed.
I should be the one fixing them. Oh, sorry, I pick the blocking.
Okay.
Any engineer company should be able to do.
Actually, I'm gonna restart the recording real quick start the recording again and stop it, just in case there might be some weird going on with OBS. Okay, the recording seemed good. Let's get back to listening to the Germans. Marshall is streaming. He's the Soviet commander-in-chief, so you can watch his video later on the IK's YouTube channel to see his point of view, but we're gonna listen to the Germans now.
We shall name Paistu as well.
Yes.
Ah, okay, Paitsu, okay. Damn it. Would you mind if I change the code names to colors so that we avoid confusion when we...
Sure.
Okay.
By the way, Germans, there's only 30 seconds left of planning left, so anytime the umpires are ready, we're gonna throw you into your own separate voice channels, and we're gonna ask you your beginning orders.
Are you
Crusader-
alright, Amandus, with
Crusader,
codename?
Crusader's code name is Heinrich, not Erika.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I should also mention real quick, all of the German troops, not the troops, but the commanders themselves, like in real life, they are issued with a radio that allows them to converse with each other during the battle. Though of course at this point in the war, and it was even somewhat late in the later parts of the war, the platoons themselves don't have a radio of their own, so they still are getting orders by messenger, a runner. But the great difference between the Soviet and the German army, especially at this point of war, is that the Soviets don't have a single radio at this level. None of the companies, like infantry companies, have been issued with a radio. So the Soviets are going to take a while to communicate with each other compared to the Germans. And the radio is simulated in this game by a Discord text channel that they are going to be able to talk in if they are in rage of each other. There's a chance the radio operator might get killed in combat if the player is close to combat, and if they are too far away from other players, they are going to be removed from the text channel so they can't communicate in the radio. And also to simulate kind of radio discipline and to make the game more fun, I've told that the players have to think of call signs for each other, otherwise, and to communicate with radio discipline. Otherwise, the enemy might be able to intercept some of their messages. In truth, the Soviets are not actually listening to the German radio or anything, but it's fun because it incentivizes the players to kind of roleplay, and I find that roleplaying always makes the game a bit more fun. And now I'm gonna go check on the Soviets.
It should be profitable. It's the theme part, but those things are expensive.
Hello,
out of here.
are the Soviets ready to start the battle?
Yes.
Ready to die.
Alright, Rankine, can you go to the umpires channel?
Yep.
Alright.
Important to me.
So I assume the Germans are ready now, so Visas, let's go to the umpires channel. Nice.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay guys, let's start preparing for the first turn. I'm gonna move these company markers away since those are purely aesthetic. And let's start deploying troops according to the orders. Oh, I see
Soviets are done.
Soviets are done. Okay. Let's actually here, since the players on the German team haven't given separate orders for the troops yet in their channels, let's just put all the players in their own voice channels already on the Germans and start asking where their troops are going. And yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna move units. Do like a 1 turn worth of movement, or it might be actually we might be starting already on like first turn because the Germans are going to be able to spot the enemies at sorts. But yeah, start getting orders from the players and move the unit pieces on the table as soon as you're ready. So Vsauce, let's go.
So do you want to ask where they want their troops to be deployed?
Yeah, basically, and ask for the beginning orders. And Rankine, you can actually keep the Soviet players together for this part so they are not at that board.
Alright, I'm gonna go ask them how they're feeling then. So.
Yeah, yep. But yeah, let's now put the Germans to their own channels.
In the first engineers, then
Alright,
the
Germans,
infantry
the game is
company,
gonna
then the
start.
second
We're
team.
gonna put you into
Okay,
your own
yeah.
channels.
Okay.
Okay, I think this. Okay, Crusader, go there.
Have fun.
Good luck.
Now Dookie, just stay in the channel. Okay. So Herr Major, sir, what are the orders for the units directly under your command? So you have basically the Gruppenstab and the Paktzug.
I would say that the pioneers from my Gruppenstab are to support the MG company with their task of fixing the enemy.
Alright.
One short question: what is that unit? What is that?
The two units that you have
The one that I just screenshotted.
Oh, okay. I can't see it. Can you? Oh, it's because you put it to blue discussion. It's because that is the Paktzug, so that's anti-tank gun platoon. They have 37mm anti-tank guns.
And that's on the my command?
Yeah, that's been issued to you by high command, so you can give it to someone else, or you can...
I attach them also to my engineers and give them over to the MG company that they support the fixing action.
Alright, gotcha. And what about...
I just typed that out to be safe.
Yep.
What were you saying?
You can type it out in your own channel. Don't type it in blue discussion.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
Yep. But yeah, where do you personally want to be? And you still have the signal platoon and the logistics platoon, which are supposed to be basically rear line, doing rear line stuff.
I'll probably stay at Zorza.
Where is that?
I'll make a screenshot. I'll post that in my channel.
Okay, and I assume you don't have any other orders except for that then.
I just screenshotted that my position.
Alright, yeah, I see it now. Alright. Do you have anything to add to your orders, or is that it?
No, the anti-tank and the engineers of my stab are to join the fixing element.
Yep, understood. Alright, sir, do you have any orders? You are in command of the 2nd Pioneer Company, so...
Yes.
Yes, what are your orders?
Also, could I have, like, a picture of, like, since I don't have TTS?
You can see a picture of the map. You can find the map in the briefing. It's one of the first things in the briefing that shows up. Yeah, but if you haven't looked at the map yet, can you just tell me, according to the plan, who you are supposed to be with, or something like that? Like, are you following some other company, or?
Yeah. I'm starting out at Kasi, right?
You can start out. You just started the southern part of the map, so you can start wherever you want. But yeah, Kasi is in the south, so that works as well.
Alright, I'll just post my orders in my text channel.
Alright, yeah, go ahead. Alright, I'll just wait for you to post the orders in your text channel then. I assume you're just marching northwest from Kasi. Basically towards Paisto. Alright. I need to actually check what the time is supposed to be for the first time. Actually, I can just get access to the briefing here. It is not okay. Well, they just already said it in the channel. They just quoted the briefing, so it is indeed 0900. Oh, actually, it's great. Why not have the briefing open? I couldn't. Yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned, but this order of battle for both sides is historically accurate. I found some information on the battle. Ootko saanut toi ensimmäiset käskyt noilta tyypeiltä?
Joo.
Joo, liikutetaan niitä just, että ettei tule liikaa sellaista turhaa kävelyä, niin mä mietin mihin asti niitä voisi kävelyttää. Pistä vaan noi yksiköt sinne heti kun saat käskyt niiltä. Et meneekö nää konekiväärikomppaniit ja kaikki muut niin minne?
Siis tää Lorits taisi haluta itsensä siihen keskellä.
Okei.
Tai niin, sitten ensimmäinen pioneeri menee tänne taakse.
Okei, pistä niin. Mä menin vähän nyt sekaisin. Joo, sä voit laittaa ne sillä lailla, kun noin, ne kuuluu olla. Ja oliks Crusader, niin onko se myöskin tulossa kolonnaa pitkin, vai onko se...
Crusader taisi olla täällä.
Okei.
Tää sinisen viivan vieressä.
Okei. Tää on selvä.
Miten nuo mortarit toimii tässä pelissä? Onko niillä oma ammuksia?
Juu, on, niillä on toi 3 high explosive ammusta tai sellainen. Ne voi ihan käppäillä niin kuin normi jalkaväki. Laittaa vaikka ne tällaiseen neliökulmaiseen muodostelmaan. Se on niin kuin pari joukkuejono, niin se on, mä katson jossain kohtaa, niin se näyttää vähän muistuttaa eniten, että miten joukkueet sillä liikkuu itse isommalla mittakaavalla. Hey Crusader, just checking, are you supposed to be southwest of Sultsi?
I mean, if that's where the rest of the...
Oh, are you supposed to be with the rest of the main group?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be between the two engineer companies.
Okay. Hey Jorits, can you report your orders? Are you supposed to be southwest of Sultsi fixing the trying to like fix the enemy or something, or are you supposed to be marching through Cassie to the northwest?
No, I'm not marching anywhere. Where is Cassie again?
Cassie in the east.
No, I'm in the west. I am the west, south of Sulci.
Okay, gotcha.
At the edge of the woods.
Okay, gotcha. Joo, mä kävin tarkistaa, niin se oli oikeastaan, että toi konekiväärikomppania on tuolla Sultsin lähellä ja noin muut kundit on tuolla idässä. Kävin vaan tarkistaa, kun mä muistan, että toi noiden Commander-in-Chief oli sanonut vähän toisinpäin. Mun pitää oikeastaan varmaan olla puhumatta englantia, koska jos mun pitää laittaa tää jonnekin YouTube-kanavalle, niin ei ole kaikki suomenkielisiä, ketä sitä katsoo.
Joo, se Kriegsspiel-kontekstissa englanti parempi.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna talk English instead, since people might be watching. Joo, pistää ne vaan tuohon marssimaan. Kuinka pitkä matka tossa on? Tässä menee joku... Sitä vähän eteenpäin, että ne on marssinut siinä vähän matkaa jo. Tai no en mä tiedä oikeastaan. Nyt mä... Oh wait, sorry, I forgot that I'm not speaking English again. Okay, let's get this game started finally. So I'm gonna go get Ranka.
Guys who were
Okay,
pro
Ranka, let's
allies,
get this
never...
game started.
Alright, lads, you are enough fun time moving into your channels.
Okay, and get ready to... You can already start sending the first screenshots. It's going to be 09:15. Try to make it so that not all of these guys are in position yet.
What's the starting time?
09:15.
Thank you.
I was kind of debating on when if not to put those guys in the same channel or not.
Do I send the screenshots now or do I wait?
Yeah. Go ahead and give the screenshots.
What's up with the conditions, etc.?
Actually, I'm gonna wait for you guys to send your screenshots so I can check if there's anything wrong with them. Since World War II can be a bit different with the screenshots. So Visas, did you send your screenshots yet? You're muted.
To Endless, I did. Yes.
Alright, nice. I accidentally sent Ioritz's screenshot as well, but that's whatever. Yeah, that's good.
So,
Yeah.
has shooting begun, or...?
No. Yeah, those are okay for the beginning screenshot rank, and you can be much smaller with the...
Oh no, I will be much smaller.
Yeah.
No, this is just so they can orient themselves.
Yeah. So, this turn, the big thing is that you need to rank in. You need to tell the guy Tolstoy at Sulci that his scouts have sighted like a lot of German soldiers moving in the forest southwest of them. So give some indication that they might be moving through the forest and into like some kind of battle line or something. So he definitely knows that there are troops there, and he is likely his scouts have definitely seen German troops much in the east here as well.
And his troops on this hill see them.
Yeah, they can. Yeah. So make it so that the players are mostly reliant on messengers if they are not close to the front themselves. So the screenshots are pretty small. So you want to give a lot of information, but have it be mostly like messengers and possibly unreliable.
Yeah,
and everyone be really descriptive with the updates. It's a hot summer morning in 1941. What is it currently? Is it? It's July currently. Yeah, and the Germans are marching along in their hot wool uniforms.
Oh man, this is so many songs can be like fleas, mosquitoes everywhere.
Mention the mosquitoes. But yeah, now let's start with the game. So, 0915, go describe the situation to the players and then get the orders later.
Hello.
Alright, it is 0915, sir. You're currently set up an ad hoc headquarters in the small farmstead of Sortsa. It's a quite poor Estonian farmstead, and your radio operator is busy at work listening to the radio chatter that you expect to be coming. Your rear line troops are kind of abstracted. In real life, they are currently spread out over the area and doing support tasks. In the northeast, you can see your pioneers and your 1st and 2nd Pioneer Company of the 151st Infantry Regiment and the 3rd Infantry Company marching northwest towards Paistu. And you expect that during this time in the west, the Machine Gun Company should be getting into position in the forest, nearly 2 kilometers west of you. Other than that, there's nothing really happening near your current location. Okay, it is 0915. It's a hot summer day in southern Estonia. Your troops are marching with each step further into the Soviet Union and the Estonian Socialist People's Republic, or whatever it's called, Socialist Republic.
Okay.
There's a lot of mosquitoes and fleas around, especially with all the swamps near you, and they are making the march quite annoying in your hot wool uniform. You're currently in your company is currently in the very front of the friendly column, with the rest of the 3rd Rifle Company and 1st Pioneer Company marching behind you. Your troops have not spotted anything out of the ordinary, and the march is continuing as usual. Do you have any orders, Major?
So far for my units, no.
Alright, gotcha. Do you have any orders, sir?
Is there anybody in front of me, like friendly units?
Yes, as you can see in the screenshot, you're the small blob with the radio symbol. You're the northernmost small blob that represents you. So you are currently behind your Pioneer Company. I'll give you a more zoomed in picture so you can actually see exactly what represents you.
Oh, I meant like units like that are not under my control. Like
no, you are right in your company is right in the front of the column.
Oh, so Vanguard, okay.
Yeah, basically. So any orders?
No, just keep marching.
Alright.
Otto.
Yeah.
Quick question. Marshall wants his troops to build extra foxholes. Is that allowed?
No, he can start doing it, but it's not going to be nearly enough time at all.
Okay.
So just say he thinks that he remembers that according to his experience, it might not be a good thing to do at this point, as it would take too much time and just exhaust the men further, as they have already dug foxholes.
Oh my god, my goddamn game's broken. What the hell?
Oh, nice.
I can't zoom in and out.
Oh, you want to restart your game?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart my game.
Yep.
the guy in the south is going to retreat to the forest to try and do an ambush. Is he going to, like? Is that? Can you just tell me if that's going to be possible now? Like,
yeah, that's something he can do, but it's basically he's going to be abandoning his foxholes.
No, I know he will be. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, people in real life give wacky orders as well, so. I actually need to look up the system document because I forgot some things.
I forgot. Can you promote me as well, please?
Oh yeah.
Oh, and one more thing. How far are units? Do units move?
I'm just checking that because.
I see.
Units can, when units are safe, they can march 1 kilometer around there. But if they are being cautious, they can move like 0.5 kilometer. Also, listen up, umpires. We're going to be testing something interesting, which is basically there's going to be some order delay because people are sending order to show the disadvantages of not leading from the front. So if you send if you send a unit that is 0.5 kilometer away. If you send an order to a unit that is 0.5 kilometer away, that's going to be also be 0.5 kilometer off their movement speed.
Ah, I see.
So you subtract the distance the player is from a unit from that unit's movement speed.
Alright, got it.
So it might be that the messenger just arrived on you.
And so movement speed is 1 kilometer, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 6. Then.
Yeah. So remember that Visaus. You need to like subtract. Like I'm sure, make it so that these units are a bit slower because they're moving through forest. And we're not in that much of a hurry yet.
Have you moved Ruki? Yes.
Oh yes, I haven't actually. Sorry. He moves so around 1 kilometer. I'm gonna move him up to there.
Yeah, the beast behind him.
Yep.
We're gonna follow him.
I'm just gonna tell Marshall like that it's a bad idea quickly, and then I'll be back.
Yeah. This looks really dumb with the Soviets being all gathered up there. When you're waiting for the next turn, you can just start taking screenshots and writing time update stuff already. So like once everyone is ready, you can just press enter and send the screenshot. That is something I recommend. Saves a bit of time.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you actually rank and be a bit more generous with time? I mean, with that thing for this beginning part, so you can put some of them in the forest yet already.
Okay.
So maybe that would have been something that the player would have realized that he needs to give. Would need to do. Okay. Like that was pretty fast, but.
I don't know what you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm kind of being confusing. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna tell this German that he just saw everything, basically that happened there. But yeah, you can now go to 0930. So everyone take your screenshots and send updates to the player, to the players. And Visaus, make sure that, to describe to the player how he basically saw lots of Soviet troops over here, just seemingly abandoned foxholes and stuff, because he definitely had some scouts there looking at that thing.
Sure.
Alright, but yeah, 0930, so I'm gonna go start giving the reports. Actually, you're doing dishes, so I'm gonna do the other guy first. It is now 0930. You are continuing to march in the front of the column. To your left and right are fields, likely potato fields and some wheat fields. Looks like, as you can see, some peasants, or well, maybe at this point they are just farmers taking care of their crop and looking at your marvelous German uniforms as you are trekking through the countryside. Other than that, there is nothing to report. Alright, Herr Major, you are still in the farmstead of Sorza. Well, what else is there to say? You're listening to the radio chatter, and you can see your men being busy at work. There's a nearby swamp just southwest of you, 100 meters away, that is bringing a horde of flies to the nearby area to feast on your troops, but luckily you are safe inside the farmstead and are not disturbed by such things. Do you have any orders? Hello, do you have any orders?
How much time do I have to give an order? Like
Oh, preferably as soon as possible.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and give your order now. In real life, you don't have a lot of time, so either.
All right. Could you start turning east?
East, so right.
I mean west. Sorry.
Okay. Do you want to go directly west or?
Directly west.
Alright, directly west.
Could you tell me how far my friendly company is that behind me?
They're only a few hundred meters away, not far away at all.
Okay.
As you can see from.
Just start turning west, yeah.
Alright, gotcha. Are you still doing dishes? I think you're still doing dishes. Okay.
Just a question, sorry.
Yeah.
First of all, do these guys scouts like know anything about these guys in the south?
I'm not sure. It's maybe not.
Alright.
If they didn't mention like deploying scouts at Baisto.
They didn't. Second of all, how fast are runners in this?
It's.
Are they on horseback or not?
No, they are quite literally running. So I've written in the document they are completely safe conditions 2.5 kilometers to 3 kilometers, and if they are near combat or cautious, it's 1 to 2 kilometers.
Okay, so this is next turn, and this is in 2 turns, alright. Yeah, cheers. I'm gonna try and just grab the document again.
Yep.
There we go. So it's the work in progress one, right? You haven't changed.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
the same one. So did you move all of you guys?
Yeah, like nothing of it. I need to double check with Marshall and the other guy if they're doing anything.
Oh, sorry. Alright, Major, and basically nothing has changed from your situation, except you can't see the column to the northeast anymore. They march into the distance. Do you have any orders? Your microphone is muted.
Pardon, I didn't notice. Sorry. So far, only that if what was his name again? If Zeppelin encounters any tanks, then the anti-tank group is supposed to stay there with the MG company. If not, then I'll have them moved over to the flanking attack or flanking maneuver force.
Yeah.
But so far, the orders are to remain the same.
Do you want to basically send a runner to go tell that to the anti-tank gun platoon, or maybe you want to tell that in radio to
I
the platoon?
told that already to the lieutenant
Oh, okay.
on the radio channel. Just wanted to inform you.
Oh, okay, great.
I'm done. No orders.
Okay, cool. Let's waiting for visas now.
I just want to ask one thing. These guys in the forest are like trying to ambush. Like,
Yeah, alright.
Is that you just want to make that clear? I don't know if that's gonna succeed or not.
Yeah, if they are there for like another 15 minutes, we're gonna put a prepared token on them. But yeah,
Okay.
I know I want to. You can start taking screenshots for 0945.
Alright.
Just waiting for.
Man,
Yeah,
these guys in the north have no changes to their screenshots, is it?
Yeah, nice. I kind of want to get the game moving faster. I'm gonna maybe take a play from V's house and I can.
I mean, I can take one, to be honest, considering Marshall's doing jack shit.
Yeah, I only have actually 2 players because Blazer Trails basically second in command for Endless Night, so he's not actually like playing.
So who do I take from him for you?
Well, we'll see. Maybe you can take Joritz. I don't know. No, I can. Or yeah. Actually, let's think about that later. I'm gonna go.
Well, I'm ready.
Going up in an offensive towards the streams on the north. You see the streams?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are you ready for next turn, Visas?
Yeah, I'm just figuring out how to position these guys.
Alright. Okay, well, no one else, I don't think. Well, Tolstoy can see the front of that column in the screenshot, but that's only the front. So let's go to 0945. So yeah, 0945. And also, don't tell Joritz that they are. Well, he can see some movement north of Sulci, but that's all. Don't tell more because those Soviet troops are trying to ambush him, basically. But yeah, 0945.
Yes.
It is now 0945. You've helped yourself to the local farmstead Sortz's well, there's not really a kitchen, I don't think, in 1941 for most farmstead buildings, but you basically helped yourself to the storage room of the farmstead, and you are currently eating some freshly baked rye bread, Estonian made. It is 0945. Even though your troops were about to walk past the path to the west, you were able to turn them around, and your troops are currently marching through a forest. Hello. Your troops are currently marching on a forest path towards Aidu in the west. With the rest of the column seems to be continuing its travel towards Paistu. Hey Visas, if you need help I can take care of Joritz. So
yeah, that would work.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry if we did a little umpire change. Not sure what your orders were last turn, but you seem to be currently it seems like your troops have moved out of the forest southwest of Sultsi and are now currently cautiously moving northeastwards towards Sultsi itself. You recently around, was it like a 30 minutes?
Basically, well, I'll explain. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not here to listen to your orders yet, but basically all around you can see abandoned foxholes. Foxholes which you saw abandoned some 30 minutes ago by Soviet soldiers which ran northwards towards Sultsi. Do you have any orders? Hello, do you have any orders?
Yes. For my troop, no. We are basically just staying in Zorza and chilling.
Alright, gotcha. Alright, do you have any orders? Sir, do you have any orders? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. I'm gonna post the marching route.
Alright. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Alright, do you have any orders? Do you have any orders?
So my 2 pioneers platoons on the left, as well as 1 MG, that is the leftmost, northernmost MG platoon. They will move to the north through the forest towards you see the streams. The objective is to be in the west of Sulci.
Okay. Anything else?
The rest will attack Sulci directly. So 2 MD platoons, 1 infantry, and the anti-tank and mortar platoons will march behind them.
Understood.
Thank you. Do I hear any sounds?
No, only
nothing.
You hear a lot of mosquitoes. That's all.
Oh.
I'm done.
Okay.
How is this ambush going to work? Are we going to allow it to happen? Or is shooting already going to start now, or whatever?
I'm confused by this guy's logic. With that yellow line, do you basically want to... Oh, you're heading northwards again. Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so... Yeah, let's say that their quiet isn't an ambush yet, but basically... Let's say that their quiet isn't quite an ambush yet, but they are... They've just about
No, you misunderstand. Like, have they been spotted? Is what I was asking.
They saw some movement. I think.
No, I mean the dudes in the trees, like the cool ambush thing.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, but they saw the Germans saw movement there, so they like.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's good enough. I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, I'll tell the player it's actually.
It would be kind of funny if I actually see an ambush for the first time ever in Kriegsspiel. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, the thing is, he like left his foxhole, so the soldiers are probably like suspicious as hell about this. Like,
yeah, commander might not be like,
yeah,
just go up the road in a marching formation.
Yeah, yep. Anyways, let's go to 10:00 now. Well, Visas is about to come here in a sec. But... Hello, Visas. Are you ready for next turn?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to 10:00. Try to give your players a bit less time to give orders if that speeds things up. Like, say them like, oh, you have 30 seconds to give orders. Go. It is
Yes.
10:00. You are still eating bread in the farmstead of Sorza. And Duke isn't there. Alright, you send out runners to your to the commanders of your platoons to start putting your orders into action. Second machine gun platoon has now headed off westwards to the grenadier platoons and you can see them and the grenadier platoons currently moving through the forest southwest of you. Seems like the terrain there is slowing them down quite a bit, as currently as they are still moving through that forest there. Your troops are your infantry platoon ahead of the machine gun platoons is currently clearing out the village of Sultsi. There have been no enemy soldiers have been found inside the village, and you can see some of your platoon commanders being quite cautious.
Yeah.
They report that they saw some movement in the forest to the north of Sultsi, and they report that you can see the platoon commanders wondering where exactly the Red Army soldiers that were previously occupying all the foxholes went. Do you have any orders?
For myself, no.
Alright.
Sorry.
How long has this game been taking? Okay. Just need to stay on schedule. Do you have any orders?
Yes, indeed. I want. Let me take a look again. The MGs in the village, they will basically take defensive positions in the village. The infantry will deploy in the forest east of the village. The support will stay, well, near Kula. Oh, Kul, yeah. And I think well, the three platoons that are on the forest left, they'll continue marching north.
Understood.
Thank you, and I'll try to see what's going on around that village to try to spot those Bolsheviks.
Understood. Okay. Okay, so the machine gun platoons were ordered to take positions inside the village, and this guy was ordered to go to the east. So do you think the ambush... At what point do the ambush guys like...
He said, I asked him, I double checked this just in case I wasn't having a bit too much fun.
Yeah.
Are you trying to ambush them if they go on for them going on the road? He said yes. He said that the southern guy is basically there if they try to outflank the ambush so they can disengage. So he's not gonna shoot.
Okay, so he's expecting them to march on the road.
Yes, that is.
Okay, I don't think anyone shoots them, because that's not quite what the ambushers agreed on. Like, it's not quite what he had in mind.
No, he expects them to be like Teutoburg or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, Visas, are you ready?
The Soviets here, can they shoot at the Germans?
No, the units only open fire at like less than 500 meters away, so no.
Can the Germans see Soviets?
What do you think, Renkain? Have
Where, sorry?
Here, north of...
I mean, there are entrenched places on a hill. No, but they're behind the hill. They're not over the ridge yet, are they? Paisto. I can't tell exactly.
Yeah, maybe not, because it's like nearly a kilometer away. And you can count concealed unit. You can count any unit that's in defensive position as concealed.
Yeah, and the guys north of Sika behind the forest as well.
Yeah, maybe if they get close, they might see like one of their officers might see something. But yeah, let's now go to 10:15. So 10:15. No sounds of fighting yet or anything. Very peaceful. So
Eerie.
Only mosquitoes and nothing else. classic wrong screenshot moment to wrong person. Alright, it's 10:15. For a split second, you got some really good information about what the machine gun company was doing. Seems like someone gave a really good report on the radio or something, but now you're back to eating bread. But are you currently, how much bread do you want to eat? I think your stomach might be full. You've been eating for 45 minutes.
I give some of the bread to my other soldiers that are currently with me and share the bread with them.
Oh, okay, I understand. Is that your orders as well?
That is my order, but also I prepare. I give the soldiers. I tell them to ready their things and prepare to move towards Violet, Dulce.
Alright, gotcha. Alright, in the distance, well, not quite in the distance, but as you're staying near the farmstead of Ghoul, you can see the infantry platoon in the north head to the forest east of Sultsi, with the machine gun platoons clearing out every building inside Sultsi and taking positions inside the village itself. You then are met by a soldier running towards you, a friendly soldier, now likely from the machine gun company, a young NCO, and he reports to you that he has heard from a German-speaking local that the Soviet troops are trying to ambush you north of Sultsi. In the northwest, you can see your friendly troops moving. It just finished crossing the stream in the northwest.
Okay, great.
Hey Schwarzenberg, are you here to play? You're a bit late, unfortunately. The game has already begun.
Hey, yeah, I know I'm really late, but I was just wondering if there's a spot left or any aide-de-camp spot.
You could maybe be... Hello, you could maybe be an aide-de-camp for the German commander. I need to go ask his orders now. Do you have any orders?
Do I know how far the red ambush is?
You got the impression, the soldier tells you that the impression was basically that they are like within 200 meters of the Sultsi village in the forest northwest of Sultsi.
Okay, I'll reinforce Sultsi. Basically, let me take a look at yeah, I'll ask my left flank, basically, that is in the forest, to keep advancing into the to Pibu and Pungano.
All right.
And my MGs will get ready to possibly help them flank the enemy.
Okay, so the left flank continue marching to Pibu.
Yeah, cautiously. The infantry east of Sulci, is it now occupying the forest?
You assume so, you can't see them anymore.
Oh, I'll go to Sulci with where the MG company is.
Alright.
Where the hell is...
Oh yeah, one second. By the way, would you like an aide-de-camp? Carvon Schwarzenberg joined the game late, but he said he could be someone's adjutant, basically.
Sure.
Alright.
I love to have some company.
Alright. Okay, Carl von Schwarzenberg, you're gonna be the aide-de-camp of the German CIC.
Victor.
No, that's Ioritz. Oh no, sorry, no. Yeah, I actually mixed up place. Oh yeah, Major, by the way, would you like an aide de camp?
Aide de camp?
Yeah, basically. A player joined the game late and he has nothing to do.
Sure. Well, what will he do when given the role of aide de camp?
You can just you can just assist you with anything. Basically, do
okay.
whatever you want. Or I can actually put. Maybe it will be more entertaining.
I can give them the command of the Nachrichtenzug or the Reiterzug,
Right,
maybe.
Those guys are not really supposed to do anything. Actually, I'm gonna go maybe give him to Marshall, so Marshall has something to do.
Oh, okay.
Hey Marshall, would you like an aide de camp?
I don't have a use for one, but I guess.
Alright, because someone joined late and they don't basically have anything else to do, so.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, Karbon Schwarzenberg, you're going to be the Soviet aide de camp, so go talk to Marshall. He's in Red 1. I'll give you permission to see his channel as well. So refer to him as Comrade Commander, of course.
I'll call him Comrade Commander, sure.
Nice. There you go. And yeah, guys, we can go to 10:30. I already gave Marshall. Yeah, there we go. They're off to giving updates. Yeah, 10:30. I'm giving updates for 10:30 yet. Vsauce.
No.
Yeah, go ahead and start giving updates for 10:30 then.
Yes.
Alright, it is 10:30. We've given out some local bakeries. Local baking goods to the soldiers of your Gruppenstab, the headquarters staff, and also you gave out the order for the supporting troops here to get ready to be on the march and to begin marching. And it looks like your troops are now in formation, ready to relocate as according to your next orders. Alright, you have gone to the village of Sulzi, and there you can see the friendly troops in position, and you can also get a glimmer to the northwest, where you can see your flanking element is currently crossing the clearing near Pibu. You have one of your machine gun, one of the troops of your machine gun platoon has, third machine gun platoon has reported that they have seen some movement in the forest to the northwest, but nothing more. Alright, You are back. You are currently marching northeast. As you took a quick detour, you are back on the road, and now I realize that your marching order has been slightly misinterpreted. But as you're currently heading to the village of Paisto as everyone else. But your troops are getting ready to head westwards on the road to Vereseki. So you expect the company to be turning that way soon. Alright, do you have any orders?
For now, I'll stay where I am, because I think there's going to be fighting at Violet, and I don't want to cause any confusion, so I just keep my headquarters here.
Alright, understood. Do you have any orders?
For now, can I send like a couple of scouts into the woods? Or do I have to send a whole platoon?
No, you can send scouts.
Okay, I'll send a few scouts. They all follow the stream east of Sulci.
Okay.
See?
Alright.
And try to see what's on the woods.
Alright, gotcha.
And also the left flank force.
Yep.
I want them to go a bit more to the north.
Alright.
To face two platoons will face. One platoon will face Ludi. One platoon will face the road between Sulci and Ludi, and one platoon will protect their right flank.
Alright.
Thank
you. It's going to take a while to give that order since they are some distance away, but...
Okay, yeah. No.
Alright, do you have any orders? Alright, you want them to march towards Lodi?
Yeah. So have there been any enemy units spotted?
No.
Oh, okay. Just march toward the Lodi crossroads, yeah.
Alright. I'm not sure about this combat in the north because it's over such a long distance, like 500 meters away.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be like pot shots by troops.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I even needs to be rolled for because it's like that far away.
Hello, Carl has been given a whatever this is called, a regiment, a squad, whatever.
Platoon.
Platoon, of this one. I can't edit channel rights. Can you give him red 4?
Oh, okay.
And remove him from red 1.
Okay. Yeah, so the combat in the north, so Soviets are basically shooting like over.
Yeah,
like
they're shooting from
600
here. Yeah, it's from a while away.
Does he know that it's like a mile away?
I mean,
can you go say him that they're 600 meters away? He don't think you can. It's basically pot shots. It's like that far away. I'll resolve the combat in the south. Meanwhile. Okay, I'm gonna count this as...
No shooting then.
Okay, okay, good. You can just move the units as they were then.
Rest in peace, the ambush.
Yeah, so basically, since Estonia is a quite... They weren't happy with the Soviets. I basically told that that an Estonian farmer told that there are troops somewhere in this forest, and this guy sent a scout to move along this stream. So I think this, and you got these guys over here, like they would now like literally behind these guys. So I think that would like cause...
Yeah. Can everyone hear this or not? By the way,
yeah, definitely everyone can hear that. It's not that far away. And they suppress this guy. And this... Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna count this as like level 2 disadvantage situation, because it's like that... Because the Soviets are in that bad of a situation. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna put that hit over there and that hit over. Hit unsuppressed. Oh my, what the hell is this state? I need to check the state of that unit.
What just happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I've just put the state 2 and the state 2 is a bit wacky, it looks like. I need to
I want to see this.
Yeah, oh my god. Are they all have... Okay, that guy doesn't have... Man, I need to... Okay, I need to check. Okay, it's those regimental pioneers that have a really wacky state. I'm going to...
Does Tolstoy die, by the way? I don't know how you do
Oh yeah,
that.
I need to roll to see.
Because he's leading from the front.
Okay,
here.
I need to... He would be gravely wounded if it's danger level 1. So he's basically... So he gets it... okay, grave level... danger level 1 is the least dangerous one. And kill with danger level 3, which is the most dangerous one. So I guess...
So he's gravely wounded then. He's dead, basically.
Yeah, well, he's basically like... He can't do much. So I'm not sure if I check.
So is he out of the game, basically? That's what I want to know here.
No, he's basically severely limited. He's like... He can maybe send like runners, but he's like super limited vision and everything. But yeah, now... yeah...
So he's crippled, basically.
Yeah, he's crippled. Somebody needs to move him. But now let's go to 1045.
Okay.
So 1045, and there is a shooting. And I'm gonna move Dookie and Endless into the same channel since he wants to go talk to those guys. So, what do you call it? Vsauce, can you take care of these 3 players next turn? Since they are going to be all
sure.
Look at it. Thanks. Dookie wanted to basically go talk to them, and I'm gonna just make it so that they have like a general meeting.
Vasin has access to Red 4, you need to like remove that filter.
Oh, okay.
Like he's talking with Carl here, I don't think you should see. Not that it matters that much.
Oh yeah, there we go. No, he's gone.
It's 5.
So there's definitely...
By the way, have the Germans deliberately moved into the forest around Swat?
Yeah, he wanted to take cover.
Yeah.
Alright, so good. So he doesn't see shit anymore.
Yeah, there are a lot of shooting in Sons of Fire in Yesutsi, so... Yep. Alright, it is 10:45. Your units are kind of idle. Seems like your rear line support troops are getting back to whatever they were doing previously. By some formations
I give them
in marching.
I give them a... Oh, pardon.
And also, you begin hearing to the distance, northwest in the direction of Soltsi, large amounts of rifle fire. It seems like there's a clear firefight happening near Soltsi. Alright,
Mhm.
actually I didn't give you a screenshot yet, one sec.
I want my screenshot.
You will get one. Okay, it's not much. Alright, it is 10:45. As you are coordinating your troops and you've sent out scouts, and you can see the flanking elements in the northwest, continue traveling into the distance. Someone begins shooting in the forest north of you, and soon all around you there is a full-on firefight as the machine gunners begin inside the village of Sultsi take a few singular rifle shots from the forest northwest of you, and then they answer the enemy fire with loads of machine gun bursts. You can see around you that the rifle platoon to your north is firing heavily towards the north, and you can also you can hear firing all around you. It's a clear firefight. You received runners from the infantry from the rifle platoon reporting that they have suffered some 5 soldiers killed or wounded as they are taking fire from the north and from the west. And you can also personally see
from the west as well.
Yeah, north and the west, and you can also personally see some of the squads of the 3rd machine gun platoon take heavy fire, and they seem to currently have 4 or so wounded soldiers. But you seem to be gaining. But your troops, you can very clearly see that everyone is firing back at whatever they got. So the situation is rapidly progressing. So you're not sure if the firefight is necessarily in your favor or against you.
Gideus, like 1 kilometer westwards.
Visos, did you co-locate these 3 guys?
No.
Okay, well they are co-located, so there you go.
Yes.
Do you have any orders?
I gave bread to my support elements, the Reiterzug and the Nachrichtenzug, as an apology for making them think that there was going to be a bit of action in their life in the recent amount of time.
Alright, understood. Do you have any orders?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. The infantry platoon may pull back a bit to the right flank of the MG platoon I'm embedded with.
Alright.
And the left flanking force may advance against the ambushes. Do I have a precise idea where the enemy is? Precise enough to launch artillery, but
you have
barrage.
You can see like a lot of muzzle flashes coming from the forest northwest of you. The forest patch that says Oisu at the bottom of it. There's clear. You can at least say that there's a lot of fighting going there, and possibly northeast of that. But you can basically pinpoint some areas for the artillery observe.
Yeah, I do that. I think the commander-in-chief gave me permission to.
Well, you need to have commander-in-chief to be the one in the phone, so you need to radio him, and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just north of Oisu, right?
Yep.
Near Oisu and north of Oisu.
Yep.
Great. Okay.
All right. Anything else?
So yeah, left flank, moving back to flank the flankers. infantry falling back, and MG.
Yeah.
Showing,
Also,
yeah,
you
sending fires.
yourself, are you doing anything, by the way? What do you personally want to be doing?
I'll fall back a bit, 1 or 2 houses to be safe. But apart from that, are the mortars shooting?
No, they're waiting for your orders.
Oh, well, I'll shoot with the mortars then. Into Oisu.
Okay, what kind? Is it a suppression mission or destruction mission?
Destruction mission. Destruction mission.
Alright, gotcha. Okay.
This guy carried on the stretch. He wants to make a break up to the northwest. Is this happening or not? In the forest, because I presume it's kind of blind fire. I don't know.
I don't know. He's being shot. Okay, we're gonna do it so that we swap the dice. So these guys are the attackers and these guys are the defenders. So this is a pretty bad situation. Like they.
Yeah, it is a pretty bad situation.
So is there a disadvantage in this situation for the guys in the forest?
I think I mean
everyone is in a forest.
I mean they're only being shoot from one direction though, these guys.
Yeah.
To be fair.
No,
but they are. Oh no, are these guys shooting? I thought they're just shooting.
I assumed that they were like shooting.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just gonna call it a.
There's
yeah. Okay, so this guy is disrupted, and then poof, poof, and this guy hits as well, poof, and this guy gets a disruption on himself, and then this guy hit. Oh, he scores a nice hit on. Let's say it's these guys. Actually, no, it's these guys. Yeah. What secret? I don't know because it's such a weird. Why it does that? Because it's such a weird.
Just copy
size.
one of the other ones.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just really unexplainable.
So they're stuck then, basically.
Yeah. Oh, these guys. Do these guys break out as well?
Yeah, everyone's trying to break out.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's. Okay. Well, let's say that guy doesn't need a dice then. Oh yeah. Now I need to. I'm so slow. I'm so.
Sorry. So because you're rolling, so I'm not doing. Yeah. I'm not going to intervene.
Yeah. Okay. This guy gets disrupted. Oh, can you resolve the these? So you have something to do.
Yeah, sure, do that.
It's a destruction mission, so.
Yeah, do that. It's if this is so nothing.
Okay, let's say that.
Oh, what the fuck? No. So it's a disruption. So this is a suppress. Oh, which is the suppress one again? Is this suppressed?
No, it's this. You just can copy paste it.
Oh, there we go. It's alright. I just forgot what the symbol was. There you go. So there's something defense. Nope. Okay.
Yeah, let's just say that this guy is this one unit is left behind because they are being mortared. And these guys fucking run. They are just hauling ass. They're also like disrupted as disrupted.
Yeah, I mean that makes complete sense to be honest.
So I can make. Oh my. Lol. Okay, next.
Just jealousy. There's a guy on a stretcher.
Yeah, next time they like. Run over here and. Oh yeah.
These guys stuck as well.
Let's make it so that the order doesn't get to them quite yet because they're like doing that thing. Yeah, and these guys. Okay, well now these guys just like let's just have them start shooting at those guys. To be honest. Well, to be honest, it's a pretty bad situation. But
I know. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay, well. Do you even row at this situation? Like this was such a bad thing for them. So I think these.
I mean, like these guys aren't shooting, but you have to see if they actually hit properly.
Okay.
Because they are shooting like across a forest, like they are in the forest still.
Yeah. Okay, there's a okay. Is it the disadvantage thing? Because it's kind of hard to see. Let's make it so that one. Okay, this is such a ridiculous situation that the other guy like gets routed. Like they are like run away, and this other guy is they run back here. But the other guy is just like he's out of there. He's out of there.
This is very just on the stretch. You just see the entire color of German troops.
Yeah. Okay, but now oh my god, he's about to run into more German troops.
He's gonna assassinate the officers, man.
Yeah. Okay, now let's go to 10. No, let's get to 11:00.
Just do this.
Yeah, we need to speed this up because.
Sorry.
Yeah, because there are a lot of. There's an entire whole battle still left to be fought. Like this is just like one company getting memed on by.
That's the best part, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Alright, you run south from the front line and begin issuing and send a few runners, personally send a few runners to the mortar platoon to begin firing on the aforementioned on the coordinates northwest of Sulzi. You can see your troops in the distance continue firing. It seems like the machine gun platoon, third machine gun platoon has taken some more casualties, and they have around 10 men being carried to the rear currently and are running low on ammunition. Otherwise, you can begin hearing the mortar impacts rain down on Oisu. It seems to be only mortars though, and there's no sounds of artillery though.
Okay.
But other than that, you're not quite sure how the combat and firefight is progressing. Alright, it's 11:00. You've just given out orders to. You've just been on the radio with the artillery battery, and but they have not begun firing yet, but are calibrating their guns. You assume the guns to be ready to fire quite soon, though. Basically, you assume that they will start firing next turn if you want them to begin firing. To the northwest, you continue hearing sounds of intense fighting near Sulzi, and also you begin hearing some explosions there. Do you have any orders?
The MG company that is currently being decimated may retreat into where my position is.
Alright.
Yeah, it may be partially replaced by the fresh MG company that is still on the right, or if it's better, the MG company on the right can stay where it is. Do I have ammo left for my mortars?
No, they have now fired everything they had.
Okay. The two support platoons may go with me, or they may go to the 113 sign, you see, just east of Sulzi.
Alright, yep.
Do I still have contact with the men in my left flank? Do I know if they are in combat?
No, you don't. They are somewhere out there. You don't know.
Do I hear anything from afar?
You can hear a lot of firing, but you don't know if it's them or who.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, do you have any orders?
The artillery is immediately after calibrating their guns, they are to execute their fire mission immediately.
Okay, is it a suppression or destruction fire mission?
Destruction.
Alright. Interesting. Alright.
Okay, Otto.
Yes.
Legacy. The story of the stretcher man continues. He is going here.
Okay, everyone, he's captured. Like his guys are okay. Okay, Visa's Crusader is going to get an interesting visit.
Do I move him to the channel then?
Yeah. No, you can do it next turn, but basically... Okay. Oh, you're rank and you can describe that next turn, what happens.
Okay.
And everyone... Yeah, basically let's... Yeah, let's have these guys surrender. And also, interesting situation in the forest. There's a destruction mission being fired on these two Soviet platoons. They're basically gonna die in this situation, so I'm not going to even roll for them. So these Germans used up their artillery support on these two.
To be fair, this is literally the Soviet plan, I think.
Yeah. So it's not actually that bad. He did like sacrifice himself for like maybe not that much gain. But yeah. Alright, so is everyone ready for 11:15?
Yes.
Okay, so Rankin this turn, so you can co-locate so Rankin, you can co-locate the Soviet and the German players. Can you do them actually last so I can hop into the channel and listen?
Wait, sorry, what? Only Tolstoy.
Yeah, Tolstoy and Crusader.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that last then.
Yeah, I'll do. Nice.
Okay. 10:15. Yes, 11:15.
Yeah, 11:15.
Okay, 11:15. So large artillery strike, right?
Yeah, large artillery strike north of Soltsy. Horrid bang, bang, bang. Alright, as the third machine gun platoon begins reorganizing near your location, you can say that they have lost 9 or so men out of their 30 men. Meanwhile, the first machine gun platoon continues firing northwards. Then you begin hearing a continuous drum roll of artillery hitting the forest north of Öisu, which seems to be absolutely drowning out any sounds of rifle fire in the area. Although your troops are still very much shooting.
Yes.
Alright, it is 11:15. You are hanging out with... you give the order to the artillery battery to fire, and after a few minutes you begin hearing a continuous drum roll of artillery impacts north of Sultsi. It seems to be... other than that, there isn't really... You can hear the artillery impacts in the distance are deafening any other noise that you could hear in the distance.
Can I give orders already?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
I prepare a casualty reception area where I am for once the fighting is over or has lessened, that they can be transported back to my location and the casualty reception area. I order the support troops to prepare that.
Understood. Do you have any orders?
have the tank rifles any, anti-infantry capacity?
No, they're actually an anti-tank gun, so it's a cannon. But they have like rifles. No way, but if you lose them in combat, if you lose them personal in combat, there's no one else to who knows
carries the guns.
Yeah, who knows how to use the guns. So it's not high command wouldn't like that.
Okay. Well then, I'll no orders for this turn. I'll let the MG platoon that has retreated can recover its man.
All right, understood.
That's all.
Should be behind it.
Okay, I see.
50 meters away, so not.
Okay, gotcha.
And I will be personally with the first.
Okay.
With first.
Okay.
My northern platoon.
In Rabbi Sedan, what I meant to say was follow the tracks to Seda, and I just somehow switched everything in my head.
Oh, rest in peace, man.
Sepa, yeah.
Well, you're gonna join another person's channel now. I hope you're excited. Whose channel is it, Otoski?
Blue 4.
Okay.
Way.
Hello.
Hello.
Crusader. Young man, just looking down the road, see 10 Soviet troops carrying an officer in a stretcher, and when they see all your forces, they just kind of surrender. So here you go. You have Mr. Comrade Tolstoy here in his stretcher. Bam.
Mm-hmm. Hello. My everything hurts.
I see. I mean, that tends to happen sometimes. So
I'm assuming you guys push back the Soviet counterattack from Tombi.
Yeah, yep.
Bummer. I thought I heard that.
So I think this is the part where I shoot you, I guess.
Just give me a second.
Okay.
We're gonna have the war
Rank, can I
crimes
talk to you for a
after. The war crimes are gonna have to after the game. We don't simulate that in the icon.
Okay, I see. Okay.
But I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, what?
Well, they shall receive fair treatment, of course, after they give up their weapons, of course, as you do with the German army in 1941.
You already shot me. I don't even know what happened.
I don't even know what happened. So, guess we're even.
Yeah.
Okay, umpires. Let's go back to umpires channel. Okay, and now let's go to 11:30. Oh, I'm not sure if I said back. Let's go to 11:30. I'll get back. I'll get Dookie back under my umpiring control visas. You can maybe co-locate the Crusader and Endless and Tolstoy in the same channel since they're so close.
So I keep umpiring Crusader, Endless, and Dookie.
Yeah, or just umpire who you've been umpiring the game basically.
Has the fighting in near Dookie died down?
Oh yeah, you can hear some rifle shots, but it's still it's definitely much lower.
As it's at an individual level.
Yeah, it's basically.
He wanted to go south because he thought there was larger battles.
Yeah. I'll update him accordingly. Alright, as you're reorganizing the troops near Sultsi, you can hear that after a few minutes after the artillery bombardment, the sounds of fighting significantly die down. You can hear some make out some individual rifle shots, and you see a messenger from the 1st infantry platoon reporting that they have taken 5 casualties out of the 30 manpower, but they have now taken the enemy positions. They report that
the first infantry platoon. That's
yeah.
the platoon on the right of Sultsi.
Yeah, basically, and they also report that they made in contact with the flanking element, and they have only they've taken 5 or so individual Soviet prisoners, but can see dozens of mangled Red Army soldier corpses inside the forest.
Okay.
Yes, and you only hear individual rifle shots at this point. Alright, your logistics troops begin building a field hospital or a dressing station near Sortsa, and I see that you don't have any personal orders, so I'm gonna go. You don't hear any sounds of fighting, significant sounds of fighting anymore. Okay, 11:30. As your men begin marching southwards, when you go south, you begin seeing distant figures in the forest, which turn out to be fellow German soldiers. You get a report from them that they say that they are from the machine. They are from the machine gun company, and they have just, after an artillery bombardment, overrun the positions of a few Soviet platoons, and they have captured 5 or so individual Red Army soldiers. While inside the forest, they can see a lot more, perhaps dozens of Red Army soldiers lying on the ground dead from the artillery bombardment. You can only hear individual rifle shots at this point in the south, with no other sounds of fighting anywhere else. Alright, do you have any orders?
I do. I had a question.
Yeah.
But I don't remember which one it is. Oh yeah, just my left flank force have field of fire or visual. Who do you know? Have visual to the road south of Ludi. That is going from Sultsi to Ludi.
No, well, you haven't gotten. They are quite some distance away, and that's all you got. That's all the information you get with the rest of the messenger.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I want them to keep. I want the left file reform into one group. So the MG platoon that has been beaten up will stay and occupy the Sultsi.
All right.
The entrance of Sultsi, and they will recover from the losses. The 2 other support platoons will also stay at Sultsi.
Yeah. All right.
And everything else will regroup and hunt down the Soviet runners or any soldiers that will be still fleeing. They will deploy. They will advance west of the Sultsi-Ludi road.
All right, gotcha. Understood.
They'll try to deploy into basically lines. They'll chase the enemy.
All right.
Without.
Do you have any orders, real quick?
Keep moving south, engage any enemies in this area around me, while avoiding the fire zone.
Alright. Okay, finally,
Hello.
I'm done. Okay, so what's happening here in the north? Is there
There'll be
combat?
combat.
There's combat?
Can these guys shoot these? Because they're in a village and through a forest. That's what I'm asking here.
You could maybe, if you think
Because these two are like fighting fine. Like I'm more asking about these two
yeah,
here.
sure. So who is attacking who basically?
The Soviets are shooting at them.
Okay, and the Germans just entered this village.
Yes, they are.
Okay, let's say that it's a okay. The white is for the defender. So let's say that it's a disadvantage level 1 for the Soviets because the Germans are in a village, so it might be a bit difficult to hit. It's only those guys shooting. Okay, well that guy got a where's the disruption token? This guy gets level 1 disruption, and this. Oh, I actually let's make it so it's no disadvantage for anyone, since these guys at the same time are being kind of surprised. So that kind of negates that.
Under
so,
1.
There we go. And that guy hits
2 times hit.
Yeah, whoa.
More you.
Yeah, let's make it so that he hits both of them. And he gets disrupted as well. And he hits 2 times as well. Damn. What the
More. That's pretty.
That was a very successful combat for those guys. Alright, and oh yeah, well I guess the players are not that close to combat.
Nah, then that's like they're behind the village.
Yeah.
Like...
Yep. Let's now go to 11:45. So 11:45.
45.
Alright, 11:45. You spent the last 15 minutes. Your forces seem to have spent much of the last 15 minutes clearing out the forest and reorganizing their troops after the intense battle that seems to have now ended, as you can hear very little, if any, rifle shots at this moment. You receive a messenger from your first from the first pioneer platoon and the second pioneer platoon, reporting that they have both suffered 5 or so casualties out of the 30 man strength. You can see your troops taking their canteens out and drinking with their parched lips. In the forest, your troops have reported that they can see dozens of mangled Soviet corpses and have only captured a few or so, only a handful of Soviet troops that seem to be in a state of shock and were attempting to run away into the forest in the distance. Far to the north, you begin hearing sounds of rifle fire, and also you receive a messenger from the north informing you that your troops have made contact with the second pioneer company, which is entering from the north. Alright, you're currently your troops continue setting up the dressing station. Some of your troops claim that they can make out despite all the woods in the area, they claim they can make out some very distant rifle fire or sounds of battle far in the distance to the northwest.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, are you ready to give your orders already?
They are to continue to prepare the field dressing and casualty reception area. And I want the artillery to be ready to receive further orders.
Okay, the thing is that you used up your artillery battery has now run out of ammunition. They used up all the ammunition they had with the destruction mission that you ordered.
Ah, okay.
Do you have any orders?
So, yeah. So all the troops I see here aren't all mine, right?
The most part, they are all yours, except the ones to the far north. You can see peeking out.
You see is that 73 mark west of the in the center of the woods,
yep.
West of the road?
Yeah.
I'll reorganize all my troops there. I want to be at the center of this formation. They will be joined by the support elements. We will consolidate ammunition, everything. I also got a message from Commander in Chief. The casualties will be moved to his position, since there is a field lazaret there. And that's basically it. I want to inspect my troops at the position I gave you.
Alright. Was it 75
Thank you.
or 70? What?
73? Above 74. Not 73,
okay.
I think.
Alright, gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there combat in the north? By the way, you can probably put Endless and Crusader in separate channel next time, since Endless is all the way in the east with his soldiers.
Yeah. So what troops are these Soviets?
What about them?
Are they just infantry, or is there...
Yeah, this one is an 80 gun platoon, but everyone else is infantry.
Okay, and the German ones, are they?
They are pioneers. So combat engineers, basically.
Sorry, I misunderstood this guy's orders. He said he's pulling back slightly, not advancing.
Okay. Alright, then we can go to 1200, right? Right. Are you ready for next turn?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay, let's go to 1200 then. Alright, it's 1200. Your troops are currently moving to the designated rallying point. Far to the north, you can hear some sounds of fighting in the some kilometers away to the north. Also, you've now met with the commander of the second Pioneer Company, who is unfortunately currently AFK, but his troops have not suffered any casualties. I'm gonna add him that, and he basically, I'm gonna add him that to let him know that he's co-located with you.
Okay, yeah. If I see him, I'll join him.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Hello, your troops have now designated a dressing station in the area. You've noticed the first stretcher bearers arrive to Sorotsa. There are a lot of young men groaning and screaming out of pain. You can maybe count that there are 4 or so that have currently reached your location, with more likely on the way. Yes, do you have any orders?
Can I send refreshments to Zeppelin?
You mean basically like water and stuff?
Exactly.
Yeah. Where did you want to send that?
To Zeppelin, where he currently is at Violet at Sulci.
Yeah, it's you can assume that the logistics troops have already been doing that basically.
Ah, okay, then just flavor order.
Okay, gotcha. Do you have any orders?
I'll keep going with my previous orders. I want to get ready for an advance towards. You see, Ludi, but not the Ludi ice, but Ludi forest. Yeah.
All right.
I'll get my men closer together to see them all aligned, and I'll get ready for this advance.
Alright.
I'll also stay with my mate here for the moment. Does it matter to give you the coordinates of the hospital, or you don't care?
No, your troops have already been going to that. They've
Okay,
heard
great.
that it's at sorts, and you've seen the first men already go there. Alright, so what's happening? What are the Germans doing here in the north?
Well, I don't think there's any combat anymore.
Alright.
Germans are moving northward.
Alright. Can you actually now take care of
Duki? Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Duki. What happens to these wounded German units?
They just continue being as is. You can remove the disruption token. They just they just have less manpower. Ranka needs to go AFK to take his dogs for a walk. So, can you take care of Duki? Although he's not and Ioritz. Duki isn't even in a voice channel right now, so he's not really that much work at all. So you can just send him a screenshot, and Duki and Ioritz should be co-located, even though Duki is AFK currently. So, but
okay.
Yeah, let's go to 12:15 now. Hey Marshall, Ranko needed to go AFK for a bit. Have you received your 12:00 report, and have you given orders?
I think so, but I don't have any change in orders. I don't have contact with the enemy yet. I only hear sounds.
Alright, yep.
So no orders.
Yep. Okay, I'll just repost you the screenshot of 12:15. Actually, some of your troops, one of your officers reports that with his binoculars, he can way in the distance see some Soviet soldiers south of Verti, but south of Everti and Tule, near Insu, that is. But it's way in the distance in the southeast, like nearly 2 kilometers away, so...
Sure, okay, yeah, no change.
Alright. Alright, Renka needed to go AFK for a bit, so I'm here to give you your 12:15 update. 12:15. Your troops have now fell back to the northeast. Some of the men are reorganizing their formations, and you don't hear any sounds of fighting currently. And one of your officers reports that he can see that the Germans have abandoned the village of Lodi and are currently marching northwestwards on the road on the other side of the river. Alright, it is 12:15. Ranka needed to go AFK for a bit, so I'm here to give you update. Basically 12:15 is the same screenshot as before. Except one of your men reports that they can see friendly troops way into the distance south of Everti and southeast of Tule. You don't hear any sounds of fighting in the south. It's 12:15. You've sighted, you can see now in the last 15 minutes, 20 or so German soldiers carried on stretcher bearers have arrived to the dressing station at Sorza. You can see some quite gory wounds, but luckily most of them turn out to be rifle wounds with no really sharpener wounds. Well, not sure if that's better or worse, but indeed likely indicating that the friendly troops have only taken rifle fire and machine gun fire.
Okay.
Otherwise you don't hear any sounds of fighting or anything. Do you have any orders?
I take care of the wounded and give the wounded soldiers encouragement, and the soldiers that are addressing the wounded soldiers encouragement too, because they also need that, I think.
Very cool. Alright, Lieutenant, do you have any orders?
Yes. We'll march upward north towards Mapera. Yeah.
Did you say towards Matapera?
Matapera, because I just drove things on it.
Understood. Understood.
I will be with 4th platoon, and it will be more looks like column formation. We'll just turn right and we'll move up.
Alright, understood. There is 4th platoon. Alright, do you have any orders? Hello, do you have any orders? Okay, I assume you don't have any orders then. Alright, okay, Visos, you got orders from Yaritsa and Victor. I mean, wait, not Victor, I mean Duki. I see.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to 12:30 then. So 12:30, there are no sounds of fighting or anything. Yeah, and keep taking care of the same players you took last turn, so you got basically a lot of Germans.
Well,
Alright, it
Go
is
ahead.
12:30. You don't hear any sounds of fighting. In the south, in the southeast, you can see in the distance a ragged column of Red Army soldiers marching northwestwards towards Matapera. Also, a runner from the 4th Rifle Platoon hurries to your location and reports that 1 kilometer away he can see what seems to be head of a spread out German column be approaching from the south 1 kilometer away on the road near Sepa farmstead. Alright, it is 12:30. You order your men to begin marching towards Matapera. You are basically, you're currently in somewhat of a ragged marching column formation, not really per regulation at all, but your troops are marching along with good pace, and you expect to be soon at Matapera with the rest of the Soviet forces. Are you there, Carl? Are you there, Carl, or are you AFK? Okay, you are AFK. It is 12:30. There are no sounds of fighting or anything. You are been talking personally to the soldiers of the...
I'm here.
All right.
Just arrived. What's
Alright.
happened?
Alright, it is 12:30. You don't hear any sounds of fighting. You've been spending time personally with the rank and filers. You can see that the average soldier in your battalion seems to, perhaps in your whole regiment, seems to have quite a lot of respect for you, as they seem to be impressed by your professional but camaraderie type attitude towards them. Although many of the wounded still seem to be in too much hysteria to appreciate your presence. Do you have any orders?
I order my support staff to prepare a reception area for incoming prisoners.
Understood. Comrade Commander, do you have any orders?
Yeah, I don't know if it's much of an order, but the 4th company is to... I'll send you a screenshot here in red 1. They're just to face south. This was an anticipated enemy move. You can see my little screenshot there.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, 4th platoon,
yeah.
so faces southwards.
Yeah, I mean there.
Alright.
You know, they're already in their fighting position, so just look that way. So.
Okay. Do you have any orders, Comrade Command?
I want to give my troops time to rest, since they across that difficult terrain. They will face turn to reorganizing themselves, staying intact, and I will be personally be geolocated marshal.
Alright, gotcha. Do you want them to start reorganizing themselves where they are currently right now, or where it's quite open area?
I want to move them forward. Yeah.
Okay.
Some forward.
Okay, they'll look for an area to rest.
Sorry?
Yeah, they'll look for an area to rest somewhere forward. In front of you then. Hey Carl, are you AFK? I think you are AFK. Okay, don't need to update that guy anymore. Alright, I got my orders done. Are you?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, gotcha. The Germans maybe they could see a Crusader gets a report definitely that there's like a lot of movement here. Maybe probably Endless as well give them a report, because these Soviet troops are basically moving into the rear camp.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to say it's 12:45 now, so let's go to 12:45.
Situation.
All right, it's 12:45. Senior Lieutenant, I think it's Alexei Vasin. Anyways, the commander of the 2nd Rifle Company marches ahead of his ragged infantry column in the southeast, which is currently heading to the rear, away from the open plains to rest and reorganize. And he meets Comrade Commander Marshall in the west near the 4th Rifle Platoon near the railway. As the two commanders are conversing with each other, they can personally see through the binoculars in the distance a clear column of spread out German infantry beginning to cross the railway in the south, marching on road north-northwest. Alright, it is 12:45. Oh, no, the wounded are being taken care of. Many of them have been administered morphine. You've gotten actually a personal report from a wounded sergeant who informs you that who informs you that a local Estonian villager of Sultsi informed that the Soviet troops near Sultsi were planning an ambush, and the situation eventually escalated into a firefight at some point, and they were able to, and the Soviets were, or the Bolsheviks actually, that would be a correct term for him to use likely, fought fiercely, but after the intense mortar bombardment and the artillery bombardment, most of the Soviet positions seem to have been completely destroyed, as they were just basically covered behind bushes and trees. The sergeant themselves was, as he was clearing the area, was shot in his thigh by a cowardly Bolshevik hiding behind a bush.
Damn dirty commies.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, understood. I give the Feldwebel an extra portion of bread, pat him on the shoulder, say good job, and move on to the west and look how the prisoner reception area is doing.
Alright. What a charismatic command. Just like taking such good care of the soldiers.
Rest and water, and hopefully the Germans walk into this trap.
Do we have any orders, comrades?
Yes, send ammunition to the other platoon here, so they can rest and rearm and be prepared. Otherwise, Lieutenant will give his orders.
Now I actually would like to repeat the captain's orders, because I didn't get what position you meant. So you want my man to just lie down right there and rest this turn, or they will move further north?
I'll leave it at your discretion. You choose. But
Okay,
I like having you on the flank.
Okay, for this turn we're staying in the place. My company staying in place, and resting, shooting.
Understood.
Lieutenant.
Oh, I should inform you that Karl Schwarzenberg, who is taking care of, who was assigned the first platoon of the 1st Infantry Regiment, first Rifle platoons, the first infantry platoon of the 1st company. He hasn't not been doing anything, so Marshal, that unit is under your command again. Looks like he has needed to go somewhere.
Oh, okay, so that's back in, because he's still in the Red 4 channel.
Yeah, he's AFK currently and hasn't been.
Okay, no worries, no change in orders.
All right.
Oi.
All right, so the what happened? So the Soviets basically, Muscovite, or the senior lieutenant, ordered his men to begin marching, to march west, to Matapera and rest there. And I made it so that the units actually only started resting like only now, this turn, because they made it to like a safe area, so he might be pissed off at that. They didn't just like start sitting on the ground in this open area, but that's like the officers decided to do that. So these two units are fully rested, but the other units are basically a bit disorganized still. And yeah. Also, Brankan is now back Visaus, so I can take care of Duki and von Joritz now again.
Yeah, they wanted to move towards Matapero.
Okay, gotcha. Is Crusader moving anywhere, or is he staying put?
He's staying put.
Okay, gotcha. So make sure to tell that Rankan that the German column in the distance is just stopped. What is he? He's carrying these. Oh wait, it's the commander themselves. Okay. Where did the? Oh yeah, the German, the Soviet prisoners are supposed to be marching southwards, because.
I mean, I thought I would remove him.
Yeah, no, yeah. If the player is still there, you can have him hang out, so Crusader has something to do. He's like his personal prisoner now. But yeah, let's go to next turn, which is 1300. So let's go to 1300, everybody. Jurits and I got Jurits and Duki. I guess I'm gonna keep them collocated, whatever.
If I'm not with my troop, you can take command of the column.
All right.
To move there.
1300. I've kept you. You've been both. Haven't had so much to do on the march, so you are currently conversing it with each other as you are marching with your troops. In the north, you can see first infantry. In the north, you can see first Pioneer Company ahead of you in the forest north of the village of Lodi. Also, you've seen some of the yeah. Other than that, there's not much else. You can see the Pioneer Company far in the north, led by Endless. It is 1300. You gave the Feldwebel some local Estonian bread, and through the pain that their leg wound has given, he still smiled at you and thanked you with great gratitude. Currently, some leftover logistics troops and leftover signalmen are near the road awaiting the arrival of the Soviet prisoners, but none have arrived quite yet. Do you have,
Okay.
Do you have
Heinrich, the player Heinrich, Crusader 32, reported that he had prisoners, but so far he has not messaged me back. But I think it would break RP if I would ask you about what is going on, so I'm not going to ask that. Other than that, I tell them to stay ready and continue as they are currently doing.
Understood. Do you have any orders?
Yeah, you can just tell them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be the order from our march for the next few turns. We are gonna go to Lutsu. You see where it is?
Lutsu. Oh yeah, I see Lutsu.
Then north to Ederli.
Ederli north. Is it directly north of Lutsu?
Yeah, next to the stream.
You mean Ianese?
Yeah, Iverti or whatever.
And then to the hill, and then to the Malkula hill.
Alright, Malkula hill.
And yeah, I wanted to go to the next commander in the column, north.
Alright, understood.
Or I'll take command of everything here.
Alright, gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Understood. don't have to write. I'm here.
No, I thought you were busy doing other stuff. No, so.
Yeah. All right. So is everyone ready for 13-15? What a long game, and not that much has happened, to be honest.
Nah, it was a bit this time. You know, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, well, we can't blame us because we've been keeping the game going pretty fast.
It's 11:50, 12:15, right? No, wait,
Yeah,
13:15.
13-15, yeah. And Dookie and Endless, I mean Iritz and Endless are going to be co-located next turn, so Visos, can you give the update to both of them?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
So the Germans have just turned around at the Rahed Sema bridge, right? Okay. I'm ready then.
Yeah, 13-15, just go as soon as you're ready. Alright, it is 13-15. Last 15 minutes your troops have just crossed the river near Lodi. And Commander Ioritz has left your company and has marched to the north to likely to meet with the commander of the forces of 1st Pioneer Company.
Alright.
Also in the west, you can see that the friendly troops in the west have actually turned around and are currently marching towards your location. Alright, as you are hanging around near Sorza's farmstead, you spot a small group of Soviet soldiers being escorted by some German infantrymen march on the arrive from the road to Sulzi to your location. They are about 15 Soviet soldiers whose weapons and basically even their belts have been stripped of them, and some of the soldiers escorting them seem to be grinning while some are staying relatively serious or even tired, possibly from the previous battle.
Is the commander with them? The
The
Russian commander?
No, you do not see any Russian commander. You can only see some, maybe like a Soviet sergeant, but most of the men are pretty low rank.
Okay. Do you have to go now, or can I say what I want to say
Actually,
now?
I'll be back in a sec. Do you have any orders?
Oh, just keep to the plan, the marching plan.
Can you tell me what that is, because you gave that to... Oh yeah, never mind. You're marching to Everti and there to where?
Yeah, to the hill ultimately.
Oh man, why am I having so much trouble finding ultimately?
Just like he told you last turn, yeah.
Yeah, I just can't remember what the thing after Everti was. Can I try?
Oh, it's on the stream. Everti.
Yeah, Everti, but after that, where do
Oh, it's the hill. Let me tell you what it is. It's Malikula.
Oh, okay. Oh, Malikula. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Do you have any orders?
Okay, first I ask my staff if they have anything other than bread available, including going through my personal stuff to see if we have alcohol or stuff like that there. And then I ask the serious-looking soldiers that have escorted the prisoners about any information they have, and tell them that their commanding officer informed me that there was a Russian commander reported among the prisoners, and I want to know where his whereabouts are.
Alright, so I'm gonna give you the response and then I'm gonna leave the... So you look for your logistics crew, or logistics troops report to you that they are, indeed there is alcohol in the baggage trains and also in your personal belongings, and you likely don't have to go through your personal baggage as there's enough alcohol in the logistics train, like probably some hard liquor. Something
Okay, I
very
I look for the currently best available stuff that I have that is not too costly, not my personal wine collection, of course, and give the soldiers that have, every soldier that has escorted the prisoners, a pint of alcohol as a reward, and clap them on the shoulder.
Very nice. Now I need to go back. Alright, I'm ready for next turn.
Hello.
Hello. Is Ioritz going back to Duki, or what were his orders? Visas.
What did you say?
Is Ioritz going back to his his troops and Duki, or what were his orders?
He wants to move towards Maltkula.
Okay, so he's gonna be marching with his boys. I'll start updating him now. But yeah, let's go to 1330.
So the Soviets don't see any of this stuff here, right?
This guy over here definitely gets can see them, and both of the players basically get like a hurried runner that they can see.
Alright.
German troops there.
One more thing, can they see the Germans here at Safavrahetsen? I guess not, because they seem to be deliberately sneaking.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
Alright, Commander Lieutenant Ioritz, von Ioritz, that is, returns from his meeting with Commander Endless. The German troops are currently crossing the stream near Everti and are marching on a road towards Maltgula. Over quite open ground. That is all.
Okay.
Alright, it is 1330. Sorry. You've given out some alcohol to the soldiers, and the soldiers have replied that they heard that a Russian, not a Russian, so well, actually they would probably refer to them as Russians. So the serious-looking soldiers respond that a Russian lieutenant or captain was indeed captured. He was wounded, and he was brought to the commander of the 3rd Rifle Company and has not been seen since. The soldiers also report that most of the Soviet troops inside the forest seem to have been killed were for the most part killed or finished off by the artillery strike that was quite effective, and also that the pioneers, the regimental pioneers, were able to flank the enemy from the northwest and were able to basically encircle the Soviets during the battle, and the enemy was annihilated. Oh yeah, actually, do you want to already give any orders?
Currently no, I just tell them to treat the prisoners with respect, guide them to the prisoner reception area, give the soldiers that have escorted the prisoners an honorary. I tell them they have done a good job, and can I order them to go back to where the captain, enemy captain was, and try to find him?
That's probably really far away, but sure.
Okay.
Do you have
It's near the stream?
Do you have
Yeah.
any orders?
Yeah.
Do you have any orders?
Yes, we will need like 1 or 2 minutes. Is it possible?
Okay, sure. Here, Renka, I'm gonna put that disruption token on this Soviet unit since they're supposed to be automatically always disrupted in it. Oh, actually, never mind. No, it's actually only when they have deviations.
They didn't get countermounted.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. That's only then. Never mind. So they are actually fine. They are fine.
Man, this guy that just
he just
smart Germans walked away, then came through the forest. I like that. I like that a lot. Actually, it's a lot of sneaky moves to this guy.
Skill loop. I need to go back to the players. They said they want like a minute to converse, and I'm gonna go check if they're ready.
So yeah.
All right.
Do you now have orders?
Yes. Shall I tell him, or you want to?
You can tell him. It's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna get ready to deploy in line, facing Matapera. When I arrive, you see Tare?
Yeah, yep, Tampere.
Yeah, I'll deploy in sort of line there, right behind the stream, facing Matapera.
Alright.
And Conrad, or the pioneer company that is behind me, he will keep going. He will go march behind me. And while I am deploying, he will keep marching north, following the road to cut the enemy off. So he will keep going north towards the lake.
Towards
the big lake.
Oh, near Viljandi. Okay, so he's going to just continue marching north.
Exactly.
Okay, on the road, or where he's going to go? Is he going to just continue the road, or what?
Yeah.
Understood.
And I'll deploy just west of the road to protect him.
Understood. Hello. Man, there's been like a whole like defense in depth this game.
Actually, kind of cool to see doing this.
Yeah. Alright. Visos, are you ready for the next turn?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go to 1345. What? Yeah, I just had like a brain fart. Alright, it is 13:45. The troops of the machine gun company have just about finished forming up facing Matapera. They've had some the platoon officers have embarrassingly had some trouble getting their troops into perhaps a textbook formation, and you're not necessarily happy with the formation they are in currently, but they have almost cleared the road for the Second Pioneer Company to continue marching on.
Great.
It is 13:45. The prisoners have been now moved to an empty stable, which is basically working as their prisoner containment area. Other than that, there is not much going on. Do you have any orders already?
Currently, no.
Okay, no. Okay. How's the German radio channel doing? There's a lot of text. Oh, wow. Do you have any orders?
Yes. I will start attacking towards west, towards Matapera.
Alright, understood.
And Duke will keep marching north. Well, he will tell you. Oh, yeah, normally that's it.
Understood.
Do I still have... Maybe I don't have any HE rounds with my mortars, but maybe I still have smoke, right?
Yes, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's use it. Let's use it to take the small... Yeah, to take the Matapera houses.
Okay, so they're basically a village of Matapera. You want to...
Yeah.
Understood. And
Thank
where do
you.
you personally want to be?
Just behind the attacking troops.
Understood. Combat.
Do the Germans even shoot back from the bog here? I presume so, right?
Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna actually. Maybe it's like only the machine gun die. I'm gonna machine gunner is the only one firing, since it's like pretty poor situation, since they are like going uphill. This seems like pretty steep. I'm not sure if it's super steep. It's Estonia, but I don't know. Let's have
it's
things.
Boggy ground, though.
Yeah, let's have. Yeah. It's that must be like horrible. Oh, whoops, wrong side. Okay, and so it's poof, and poof. These guys take quite a few hits. And then
that's no hit, right?
Yeah, no hit. Yeah. Very cool.
I think the Soviets. I mean, I guess this is good. I don't know. I'm wondering, was it in your big brain? Is this the correct move to move most of their troops behind whatever river this is here?
I don't know. I'm just an umpire.
Okay. No, but you meant to criticize them if they like move their troops using the knowledge they have.
They didn't make the game like end in 2 hours because they like deployed somewhere really bad forward. Okay, what's going on here? Is there?
So these guys can see them, right? So it'll be shooting, I presume. I
don't know. Maybe they should wait just like them to get closer or something. It's still quite far away, like near 400 meters.
What's happening here?
Oh, okay.
Shooting her.
Yeah. So, by the way, the German mortars fired smoke on the village. Quite unfortunate placement. And the German troops are attacking across boggy ground and being shot at. So there's rifle fire, pew, 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 and smoke rounds landing on Matapera.
Okay. these machine gunners are wanting to attack forward.
Oh, okay. This pioneers, you say? Who?
Yeah, it's quite far away.
Yeah, they need to. If they want to attack, they need to quite literally like attack. Like they need to start moving northward.
Yeah.
When did the player give orders to begin attacking?
This round.
Okay, was he here this round?
Yeah, he was around here.
Okay, he's gonna move like under the smoke. What about this guy? Is he also attacking there or? What do you think about this guy, Resource?
He's moving towards here on his map.
Oh, okay, well wait, okay. Actually, what's the order just? Okay, so it's not the order doesn't quite like reach him. So he's only, these Soviets don't quite shoot yet, but they might shoot like next to it. Okay, but yeah, let's go. So what insert term? Okay, 1400. Let's go to 1400. All right, it is 1400. Your troops begin attacking towards the west. They spread out into platoon 15 formations and start marching west. You proved the river west of you somewhat of an obstacle, and especially the boggy ground near it, tiring your men and slowing them down. As they are crossing the quite open river area, a hail of gunfire opens up from the northwest in a small patch of forest near the farmstead of Orica. You can see over 5, or maybe even 10 of your soldiers be struck down in the first minutes of the firefight, as your machine gun platoon and nearby pioneer platoons open up to return fire. Your troops, the situation is quite chaotic as your troops are trying to get over the boggy area as quick as possible, and you can see the smoke rounds in the west land on the village of Matapera itself, not really helping cover your troops at all, but it does seem to be covering the advance of the 1st Pioneer Company, which seems to be advancing from the southwest. Alright, as your troops are marching northwards and the friendly MG company is crossing the river to the west, you can see that as the friendly machine gun company is crossing over the boggy river ground, they begin taking large amounts of rifle and machine gun fire from the northwest from a patch of fire near the farmstead Orica. Your 4th Pioneer Platoon joins in giving supporting fire to the advancing machine gun company. Yeah, you can see German soldiers of the machine gun company fall to the ground, fall to the boggy ground, dead or dying as they are taking large amounts of fire. Also, you can see friendly mortars firing smoke rounds to the west directly on the village of Matapera, covering the advance of the 1st Pioneer Company.
Yes.
It is currently 14:00. You are hanging around with your men, listening to the radio currently. Not much going on. Do you have any orders?
Just a question. I noticed that some of the Russian players seem to have vanished, and curiously, a former Russian player is accompanying Blue Frog, Crusader 32.
That's a bit metagamey, don't you think? I'm gonna leave now, SMH. Do you have any orders?
I'll switch the attack order to suppressive fire order.
Understood.
I'll try to minimize casualties. That's about it.
Alright. Do you have any orders?
Do you see that map I posted in my text channel?
Yep.
Are there any enemy units that I know of that are in that route that I'm going to take?
Well, there's those enemy troops northwest of you in Orica, in that small patch of forest that the machine gun company is currently fighting.
Okay. Can I take that route, please?
Yeah, sure. You're the commander.
Okay.
Cheeky waffle.
Hello.
Hello. I think there is combat here. I think this.
I like how these guys left sober just as like goddamn pioneers.
Yeah, pioneers here. I think. By the way, does Endless have any interesting orders? Has he ordered like close range assault or anything like that on the Soviet position here?
I think he said he wanted to flank, but I think the smoke and the chaos perhaps.
Yeah. To be honest, these guys are out in the open, so I say let's roll like an assault thing.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to roll for like they are. Oh, there's probably a lot of troops firing on this. Yeah, Marshall, you can, and not Marshall. So what am I calling?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can.
And like this 80 is going to turn around, I guess. Right?
Yeah, they don't. They only have anti-tank rounds, so
Oh,
don't
never
even
mind.
have to, don't even have them do anything.
Okay.
Right, but everything else just the Germans likely have like at least one level disadvantage, probably even more because the terrain is really bad. They're like on open ground, so I think that's like. But to be honest, they don't expect that, so I'm gonna say it's like all. It's not a disadvantage. Okay, taking a suppression thing for next turn. Okay, that's a hit.
I need to go eat. In the north here, the pioneers got mauled. Like, up back in there.
Okay.
In a bit, sorry.
Oh yeah, there's combat here as well, only now realized. Okay, I guess... Are these guys, have they been just ordered to shoot at these guys, or is there like some specific...
Yeah, I think they're just shooting.
Okay.
Across the stream.
Okay. I'm gonna say there's no disadvantage for either side here. Oh wow, they're doing quite badly. Oh, and somebody got... I'm not sure who wrote disruption. Was it this guy actually? Yeah, Pitfall, I think. I'm gonna make those guys route actually instead of just all dying. Forget about the... Oh yeah, I'm gonna actually roll command die only for Muscovite since he's... Oh wow, he did pretty well. Inspiring presence. Oh my god. Okay, let's do it again. Actually, I can take care of Ioritz for this turn, and but everyone else is the same as it was before, since Marshall had to go eat. So take care of Ioritz extra, but that's all. Alright, as your troops start marching. Your troops march northwards at an increased pace. It seems like the friendly machine gun company fighting near Matapera has inspired your men to begin moving with increased vigor. As you are crossing the river near Töigaste, you find the ground quite boggy and difficult. And as your platoons are crossing the river, you begin taking tremendous amounts of machine gun and rifle fire from the other side of the river, from the forests and from the small patches of woods and little huts on the others and road ditches on the other side of the river. It seems like your troops have failed to locate an enemy position, and now dozens of your German pioneers are paying for it. As you can see, at least 20 of your men cut down in the last few minutes of the combat, and you can see the 3rd and 4th pioneer platoons at the forefront of the attack begin running back in absolute chaos. Meanwhile, 2nd pioneer platoon is currently most of this platoon seems to be scrambling to return fire to the enemy. It seems like the enemy has clear fire superiority currently, and you can
Can they
continue
they move out of firing range
in the southwest. I'm gonna come back later. Alright, the combat in the east near Orica continues. You can see German soldiers emerge from the south in the direction of Matapera and make their way inside the forest where 1st platoon is positioned. You continue hearing very intense fighting there, and the situation is not quite sure how it's going. In the southwest, you also begin hearing rapid sounds of battle as a runner from 4th platoon arrives to your location and reports that the Germans are attempting to cross the river to Sinialiku and are attacking their position. In the northeast as well, in the direction of Toigaste, where the friendly 1st infantry companies, you also begin hearing intense sounds of fighting. It seems like everywhere around you people are in combat with the German invaders. It is 14:15. As you're inspecting the positions of your troops, as your men are positioned in road ditches and nearby patches of forest, watching the river. Ahead of a spread out German company, seemingly in fighting formation, begins to cross the bridge southeast of you towards Toigaste. The troops at the foreground of your defensive line open fire upon the enemy, and you can see within the first minutes of combat a few dozen fascist invaders have been slain on the shores of the river. You begin seeing the enemy run back the other way after this very successful initial engagement for you. Although 2nd platoon reports that they have lost their platoon commander as their first casualty and are losing organization. In the south, you can see that the friendly troops at Orica are still in very heavy combat, and you also hear sounds of fighting in the southwest near Sinialiku. one of the umpires is AFK, so I need to make this quick. You're currently in Sortsa, and nothing out of the ordinary is happening. Your men are hanging around. Do you have any orders?
No.
Alright, gotcha. Thank you. Do you have any orders?
Could you launch smoke at my teammate Lieutenant von Loritz?
You're gonna have to ask him that. Though he needs to be the one to order that, that is.
Oh, okay. Could you cross at Orica and engage enemy units on the other side of the river?
You can try to turn your troops around here.
After they regroup, if they're too chaotic.
Alright, understood.
Yeah, they should disengage the enemy from Togoshti.
Alright. Where do you personally want to be?
With my troops.
Okay, so you're basically like... They're like how close? What are you personally doing at this moment?
I'm trying to rally my disorganized troops and bring them together.
Understood. Alright, what are your orders, Comrade Command?
I will move my headquarters to Orkoveski.
Understood.
Thank you.
Alright, what are your orders, Comrade Command?
Well, which of my command is not engaged?
What did you say?
Which platoons from my command engaged?
It's the 4th and 2nd and 3rd platoons.
Or second? Isn't the 2nd platoon which is severely damaged?
Oh yeah, so actually there's like, yeah, the second, actually there's the first company's 2nd platoon here as well, but yeah, your 2nd platoon is the one that is really damaged.
So my 1st and 3rd platoon. Did my 3rd platoon like MC they firing? Did they engage or
Yeah,
they
they got a firing. Yeah, they are shooting at the enemy. They got a clear firing line.
Well then I guess I will take 1st platoon and anti-tank platoon and march down the road towards Orica. What's Orica?
Orikoveski.
Or-
So you're
yeah.
basically marching southwest to the bridge there.
Orica. Yes, where the Soviet platoon of 1st fire right now.
Alright, so you're relocating those 2 platoons to the southwest.
Yeah, the rest of the platoons is actually what's 2nd, please. Yeah, the 3rd platoon, nothing.
Alright, gotcha.
These platoons will go with me. The rest will continue to slay the German invader.
Alright. Okay.
Are these troops over here breathing or have they been...
They're like fighting to the death. So have these guys stay in actually, yeah, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna make a section of them retreat since they could maybe do that. Yeah, 1 second, I need to resolve this combat here. Well, it's not going to be much. This guy just basically freaking dies. And I'm gonna have this, but this guy also basically dies. So they took quite heavy casualties. Oh, they were basically shot at by an equal amount of troops that they had there, so no wonder things went badly. And here, so Germans are basically just shooting. Okay, this guy gets killed, and They are crossing. Okay, not everyone is crossing over. Most people are just shooting. Okay, I'm gonna just have these guys run away as well. Like in chaos, that is. And yeah, you kind of arrange the Germans a bit weird. What are they doing, lining up like this? What?
Yeah, we should position them in some other way.
Yeah. What were they like before? Or what are they doing? What is Endless doing?
Well, they want to reorganize. That's what they told me.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
There's a big pile of basically everything before this.
Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, let's have them. Yeah, they just shoot. I assume, yeah, let's assume they're like shooting at stuff. Like they, and if the unit is scattered, just keep them there. Yeah, just have them basically like they are shooting at the retreating Soviets. As they run away this turn. Okay, and yeah, let's go to 1430 now. So 1430. And yeah, take care of the same people you took last turn. Alright, it is 1430. The two Soviet commanders are reunited near the bridge of Orikavesky. In the south, as you look south, you are met by numerous disorganized mobs of Soviet soldiers running in chaos to the north. You find an officer who reports that the positions at Orica and Sinialiku have been overrun, and as you watch further south, you are able to see that the fields in the south are being filled with Germans who would seem to be continuously still firing at the aforementioned Soviet positions at Orica and Sinialiku. To the southeast, you can see that you have gained absolutely total fire superiority in the direction of Toigeste, and the large amounts of enemy troops have abandoned the crossing attempt there, and your soldiers are shooting away. First company's second platoon reports that the unit is quite a lot in disorder, and the unit needs to. The unit requests permission to disengage and reorganize in the rear. And in the south you can see the German troops assaulting the positions of Orica and Sinialiku continue moving northwards. Okay, it is 14:30 and there is nothing to report. Do you have any orders?
No.
Alright. Alright, it is 14:30. As you meet hordes of your men retreating from the firefight at Doigaste, you join the groups and attempt to stop the men from running away far into the rear. You eventually end up near near Meltgula itself and are currently trying to reorganize your men. In the northwest you still continue hearing the sounds of machine gun fire coming from Toigaste, and in the southwest you also continue seeing friendly troops near Orica fire northwards. Do you actually have or already have any orders?
No, not yet.
Alright, but okay.
To the rear with the runner right away.
Alright, comrades, do you have any orders?
I'm going to have a dispatch sent to the rear praising Senior Lieutenant Vassian heroically holding off and fighting back German attacks on the eastern flank. I want that dispatch sent to the rear with his name mentioned. Otherwise, there are no more orders to give other than every soldier and every unit is to hold this position and fight to the last. If they're out of ammunition, get some or fix bayonets and hold, but every man should be facing the enemy, and we hold here and we die or not. There's no more orders to give.
Alright. Anything to add from Senior Lieutenant?
I wanna, just get every platoon into firing. Should be, platoons from a back, for example. I believe third platoon of my company should move up and get into positions to defend this bank, the river. The fourth platoon will get closer towards the Gasti to support the remnants of a second platoon.
Alright. Where do you okay, continue.
That's it. I personally, will stay with that platoon which I'm currently staying with.
Okay, so can you both describe what you're personally doing? Like, are you going to be in the front ranks with your men, like coordinating the troops, or what exactly?
Yeah, I will coordinate the troops.
Alright.
I'll be in the second rank, coordinating the officers, coordinating the troops in the first rank, but I'm not leaving this position. I'll die here.
Alright, understood.
Thank you.
Alright, do you now have any orders?
Yeah, I just posted them. Once I rally and gather all my fleeing troops and organize them, we'll take the route that I posted.
Alright, understood. Not gonna happen. What are the orders of the Germans?
They're holding position.
Okay. Let's...
when are we going to have the last turn?
Well, actually, when the Germans assault the German position. Do you need to go?
No.
Okay.
But I'm sure if the Germans have much strength left.
Yeah, well, I think they can, like, have one try. So, Let's have them have one try. Okay. Yep, let's go to the next turn then. You can describe the units have that. Okay, I'm gonna actually have some of the units recover, so they are not that tired anymore. Okay, let's go to 1445 then.
This is why the world owes a debt to the Red Army that can never be repaid.
Alright, it is 1445. You've been going through the positions of what is left of your regiment near the stream, and currently men are fetching ammunition from the rear and preparing for what might be coming. In the southeast, in the direction of Toigast, you can see that the shores of the river are littered with bodies of dead German soldiers, and in the and all around you the fighting has reached a surprising lull, as you can hear only individual rifle shots in the southeast in the direction of Toigast, as it seems like the German troops in the south are currently perhaps reorganizing themselves, as you can see troops shuffling into formations and clearing out the positions near Orica and Sinialiku. Actually, I'm gonna... Hello, it is 1445. There again isn't anything to report, unfortunately. Do you have any orders?
No.
Alright. It is 1445. The last 15 minutes you've been trying to gather the soldiers that have fled from the combat again. During this you've only been met by more streams of retreating, exhausted German soldiers coming from the northwest. A lot of your platoon officers say that they have basically lost their whole platoon, or basically they have so many wounded that their units are not able to operate anymore. And at the moment you don't really have any kind of organized group to command at the moment, and you sense that you have perhaps at least a quarter of your company currently missing. The fighting at least has reached a lull, as you only hear individual rifle shots in the northwest and west.
Everyone.
Hello, do you have any orders?
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Yeah, for 8 anti-tank gun platoon, I want to put them in line in the first line to use them, carbine, the enemy. For the... I'm sorry, is it third or... Is it third platoon which is staying behind the second platoon?
Yep.
Like the full platoon, full strength platoon, right?
Yep, yep.
I want actually nothing.
Alright.
Only the thing is that I want to make sure that they will be able to shoot.
Yeah, everyone has looked and found pretty good firing positions to your satisfaction, so.
Great.
Okay, for myself, I want the men to attempt to dig in, barricade their position, find some kind of cover, even if all they do is push a mound of dirt up in front of them. I encourage them to do that. Otherwise, again, we hold there, no more orders to give.
Understood. Do you have any orders? Okay. I see you posted them. Alright. Okay, is the enemy attacking? I mean, are the Germans doing anything?
No, they are just reforming.
Alright, gotcha. Well, then we can go to the next turn, which is going to be 1500.
What happened in the north, by the way?
Oh yeah,
Just a quick-
the Soviets have regrouped, or they have put basically all the men in the front line now. So they've taken cover behind any patch of trees or like any road ditch they are in the area, although it's pretty open. And they repulsed an enemy attack like 30 minutes ago around here, but the last 15 minutes at least has been like this lull in the fighting.
Alright. Well, I'm ready.
Yeah, so just describe the Soviet soldiers like preparing for the last battle while the Germans are shuffling around. But yeah, 1500, let's go. Yeah, and Visaus I can now take care of Joritz again, so. So I got Joritz.
Hello?
Hello, alright, so it is...
Oh, that was a very quick turn.
Yeah, it is 1500, and the last 15 minutes your soldiers and your platoon officers have basically been just regrouping their forces and resting their troops. No one has really felt capable to begin fighting again, but now your men seem to be in good condition and ready to fight, even though casualties have been taken. In the northeast you can see that in the northeast at Mältkula, in the northeast near Mältkula you can see that many of the troops of the second Pioneer Company seem to have fallen back into Mältkula, and you can also see that the shores of the river near Toigasta seem to be horrifyingly littered with dead German soldiers. Also, if you haven't noticed yet, the second Regimental Pioneer platoon is basically a destroyed formation right now, as it has lost many of its commanding officers and NCOs.
Which formation?
The second Regimental Pioneer platoon, the one given by your high command. Yeah,
oh, okay, yeah.
I'm going to now go. the last 15 minutes you've continued trying to reorganize your men, but it's starting to seem fruitless. You've heard reports from your NCOs how the shorts of Toigast are filled with the bodies of the 1st and 2nd pioneer platoons, and you have had a number of survivors from those platoons run back to your position, but it seems like they have lost a considerable amount of their leading officers and NCOs, and as such the men are absolutely demoralized and their platoons are in no condition to fight. It is 15:00. There is nothing to report. Do you have any orders?
Is there a resupply mission on the way towards Anton?
Yes, one of the horse wagons of the logistics platoon has been sent off on the main road to northwards.
Okay, great. So far, nothing else.
Alright. Do you have any orders? Do you have any orders?
Yes, I will try to support. So when you told me that there was a destroyed unit, that was my own unit, right?
Yeah, it's your own unit. Well, it was built under your command.
Yeah. I'd like to try to support the efforts of the company that is on my right, if possible. Oh, it's fallen back. Then, if the pioneer company left of me advances, I'll advance. And otherwise, I'll stay here and maybe try to skirmish the enemy, but it's a bit far for that. So yeah, that's about it.
Okay, gotcha. Do you have any orders? Hello, do you have any orders? Hello. I assume you don't have any orders.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, there you go, nice. Do you have any orders?
For the ones from last turn where I wrote that stuff.
Oh, do you...
this is a new turn.
It's 15:00, so yeah.
Okay. So, have I organized the fleeing troops yet?
No, it seems like you've lost a good number of your company, and many of the men are demoralized or are missing commanding officers, and as such you haven't really scratched together any group to fight at all yet.
Okay, but if I keep working it, I'll get something, right?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. I'll just keep organizing the units then.
Alright.
At Melkula.
Alright, cool.
Melkuto, whatever.
Well, let's find out.
Alright, guys, so are we ready for
Yes, I'm
next
ready.
turn? Okay, is any of the Germans moving up?
No.
Okay. Okay, let's go to 15:15. Alright, the less than 15 minutes seems like most of the platoons have spent idling. Men have been tending to the wounded and taking drinks out of canteens. Some have even opened up a few rations they have stored in their pockets. You can, through your binoculars, see lots of Red Army men lying behind road ditches and huts and patches of forest in the north behind the river. In the west, the friendly infantry, a friendly pioneer company has done very little moving.
Any rifle sounds?
No, not really anything.
Okay.
And in the northeast, you can see that the friendly second pioneer company seems to resemble a disorganized rebel. The last 15 minutes you've spent reorganizing, continue reorganizing your troops, but you have yet to find any kind of you have not yet to be able to form any kind of group that is in shape to fight, so the situation is looking quite hopeless for your company. It is 15:15. There isn't anything new to report. Do you have any orders?
Can I drive? How fast can I drive with my car? Do I have a car?
Let's say you have a car. You have like a Kugelwagen. You can drive. You can drive pretty fast. I think you can make it to the front line in pretty quickly.
So in one turn or 2 turns?
Let's say you have a really good driver, so you can make it in 1 turn.
Okay. Then I'll hop in my I tell my radio team to pack their radios as quickly as they can, get into Kugelwagen and drive towards... the map resolution is so terrible, I can't make out the bloody names.
You should be in the... what do you call it? In the briefing there should be a better quality map. I hope it's a better quality map. It should be pretty good quality.
I'll drive south of Orica, where Anton was last located. I move towards the position where Anton is.
Alright, gotcha.
Hello.
Hello. Actually, I need to... Did I take orders from... No, I didn't. Hello, do you have any orders? Okay.
Still, I'll follow the movement of the nearby troops.
Alright, gotcha. Do you have any orders?
I mean, I guess I just have to keep trying to organize them.
Alright, gotcha. Is there any combat yet? Doesn't seem like. No,
nope.
Okay. By the way, the German commander is riding on his little jeep. I decided that he has a Kugelwagen, so he's driving up. He's driving up to the front line. I'm gonna roll a die. To, if he gets shot on the way. If it's a 1, he will get like shot on the way by a routed Soviet unit that's like kind of working as a partisan. Since he's like, okay, it was 11. So he's fine. He drove it really fast.
These troops might be firing at the Soviets.
What troops? Okay, let's just say that the AT gun falls back, because otherwise it doesn't have anyone covering it. Oh yeah, I need to give... all the Soviets should have a prepared defense level token, since they definitely are prepared now. Poof poof. Alright, and let's go to 15... 15:30 and yeah, let's go to 15:30 and a lot of.
I don't want to go to 15:30.
Oh, you have to. It's not a free country. And I'll do the screenshot for Endless this turn actually because he's co-located. Oh, not sorry, Endless. Oh yeah, it is Endless. Yeah, sorry. Alright, as the German troops near Orica are currently idling, some platoons are reorganizing themselves and some men are helping themselves to any fuel rations they have in their pockets. The commander of the battle group, Major Octavius Victor, drives with his Kuba wagon and his personal radio team to the outskirts of the farmstead Orica, where he meets the commanders of the first Pioneer Company and the Machine Gun Company. The battle group commander Victor is able to see as he arrives to the Orica, is able to see on the outskirts clear signs of battle. Unfortunately, the shores of the stream east of Matapera are on the river there are unfortunately littered with some German bodies, as it seems like much of the second regimental pioneer platoon has been killed in combat, and the other formations seem to be tending to their wounded as well. The men still seem to be in quite good spirits, and through binoculars you can see far in the north, some 700 meters away, Red Army soldiers trying to position themselves on the other side of the river behind road ditches and ad hoc foxholes, seemingly waiting for the arrival of the German troops. In the east also you can see the second Pioneer Company resembling something like a rabble near the village of Märtkylä. Alright, you've spent the last 15 minutes still continuing to reorganize your men into a fighting formation. You seem to be able to motivate at least few squads worth of soldiers, but many of the men are still restocking their ammo supplies and in quite demoralized shape overall. Do you have any orders?
Well, keep trying to motivate them, then follow that yellow line route I gave you.
Understood. Do you already
Hello?
have hello, do you already have any orders?
We were just talking when suddenly a sharp noise interrupted us, so we are a bit confused as to what happened.
We just got our reports.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. Do you guys see the yellow circle that I drew?
Where?
It is on my channel. Wait a minute. Can we have a chat here it is. I'll post it again. Do you guys see it now in blue 3?
No, because we don't have access to blue 3.
You can just.
Otovsky,
You can just
can you
You can just point
Yeah.
to it on the map. Actually, I'll let you guys plan for this turn because it's going to be actually faster that way because the turns are so fast. So I assume no one is moving quite yet. So yeah.
We're currently planning.
Yep. Okay, so the Germans are staying put still, so let's move on to the next turn. So 1545.
Wouldn't the battle end already? I mean, Germans have been fighting the entire day.
Yeah, I think that not all of the men have been fighting like that hard. And also I'm kind of interested to see what happens. If you
People have not been fighting hard enough, no rest allowed.
Yeah, no rest allowed. Yeah. If you need to go, you can leave because
I can take over.
Yeah, I think, and I also don't have that much going on. Like I don't think there's going to be that many dramatic movements anymore. It's going to be just.
Oh, and then just tell the Soviets that nothing's happening.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a second.
But yeah, if you need to leave or want to leave, you can go ahead. We can do this. You've been able to manage a sort of cadre which you are currently marching to the northeast with as according to your orders. The men, it's basically, you basically have 50 men under your personal command as the most of the NCOs and officers are currently out of action.
Work if Anton is combat ready, which...
I am back, sorry. I had a very important telegram to read.
No problem. Anton, what's your status of your unit? Are they...
I have taken some casualties, but I should still be able to...
Do you have any orders?
Send the 50 men to the location, and keep trying to rally the others.
Alright, gotcha.
Okay.
There is a position of Soviet troops there.
I see.
And there are a lot less over there, though. So if we can go over the rail bridge into Camera, we might be able to outflank the current position who is in Toistagas.
Okay. Well, we'll do exactly that. Do we have any intel on that location, if there are enemies there?
I don't know. So there is a somewhat fortified spot in Camera right now, but as far as I can tell, there's a lot less Soviets currently there than in the other bridge. So I sent someone to recon it, but I didn't. I had to step away for a moment, so I don't know if I had a clear response on that or not.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Heinrich is going to flank the enemy. You two will keep a suppressive fire while I'll go towards Conrad and help him reorganize his men and bring him to you. To you guys. So even if the flanking attack stalls, we can assemble a superior amount of firepower, which will force the enemy either to lower their heads and suppress them successfully, or have them pull back from the choke point position.
So, do you guys have orders?
Yes. I want Lieutenant von Euritz and Endless Knight to attain fire superiority from where they are, giving Crusader 32 the opportunity to flank around the enemy, as suggested by the lieutenant, and to seize the opposing position on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, can the players who command their troops come up?
Yes. All right. I will provide fire superiority and support to Heinrich's troops, or Crusader's troops, if he is moving into a flanking position.
Lieutenant, can you tell me the coordinates from where Heinrich can flank the enemy?
I'm just gonna give you a time limit soon to give you orders because everyone else is waiting for you. Or...
No.
Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not sure like coordinates like there is sorry, the map I have sorry. So 114 by 232.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're just crossing the river there.
Yeah, crossing the river.
Okay, are you the one crossing or are you supporting Crusader who's crossing?
Crusader is to cross there.
Okay, gotcha. And Joritz.
Yeah, I'll put the two under strength MG companies on that patch of wood. And the rest will go left between the woods and the current 2nd Pioneer Battalion positions on the left.
On the left, okay.
That's the 2nd Pioneer Battalion, just on my left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's...
Endless
okay.
Knight. Endless Knight.
So basically my left flank becomes my right flank.
Okay, gotcha.
Endless Knight, can you write that in the radio channel? Can you contact Can you contact Heinrich and tell him exactly where he can flank, and that he is to execute the flanking maneuver as swiftly and as aggressively as he possibly can. Meanwhile, I myself am moving towards Conrad and help him rally his troops.
Okay. Okay, was it so, Joritz, you're moving on the, like, you're on the west, you're everyone except the two understrength MGs, which are in the patch of woods south of Orica. Everyone else is west of Orica, basically, near the main road, and they're gonna attack.
Yeah, including the broken units. I will put them in third outship houses. Yeah.
Okay, and Endless troops are basically supporting the... So you guys both like fixing the Soviets in place where Heinrich of Crusader goes on this flanking thing? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I go towards Conrad and help him rally his troops.
Hey.
Hello.
Crusader, is it true that you're gonna cross the river to north of is it true that you're gonna attack directly north?
I wanted to shoot at the Soviets.
Okay, what direction are you shooting the Soviets?
I mean, the ones that I see, which are east, I guess.
Okay, gotcha. Understood. Thank you. Okay, I finally got like the orders. There were a lot of planning going around, so
A lot of planning just for Germans to move forward and move.
yeah. So like pew 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 pew. Everyone is just pew pew pew. Can I get the dice for this? Right, kind.
Yeah, I'm getting the dice. By the way, never mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have it be disadvantage. I'm gonna have it be disadvantage level 2 for the Soviets because it's just so far away, and like the Germans have a lot of automatic weapons shooting at them, so. And the Germans, meanwhile, they don't need the disadvantage to hit. This is basically like perhaps not the ideal place for these dice. Where the hell did this suppressive go?
There is disadvantage. No, wait, no, there is disadvantage.
Okay, maybe the disadvantage too was a bit harsh. I'm gonna have it be like, there we go.
Very good.
Forget, I'm gonna have that be enough because I don't think you can deal that many casualties at this range. So I'm just gonna wait for the. There we go. Next turn the Germans are going to like do some epic advance. So that makes more sense. It deals casualties. This one is like doesn't really make sense. So let's go to. Oh yeah, no, the players are not all together anymore. So there we go. So we're going to separate all of them. Okay, let's go to 1600. Perhaps this will be the last turn. So 1600. Alright, the two German commanders are joined as Major Victor quickly arrives with his with his motor car. Currently, Duki is trying to get his very demoralized men to follow him into battle. Meanwhile, in the west, you can see tracers start flying from Orica to the Soviet positions in the north. It seems like the general German advance has begun. You give it's 16:00. You give the order for your men to begin advancing upon the enemy, and the men begin advancing forwards with fire and maneuver. It's quite unclear how many casualties you have taken and how the firefight is going currently, but you can see that action has begun. It is 16:00. I realized that Vsauce didn't give you 2 updates for some reason. But or an update, actually it's only 1 update. You give the order for your men to begin marching, advancing forwards, and your troops begin advancing towards the Soviet positions with fire and maneuver. You also take some fire from the northern side of the Viro in the direction of northeast of Kamara, and your troops are currently advancing with fire and maneuver. It's not quite clear how the combat is currently progressing, but your men are advancing and shooting. It is 16:00. You give the order for your troops to advance, and your men begin advancing with fire and maneuver. No side seems to have clear fire and superiority, but you can feel the adrenaline start to pump in your veins as you watch your men start crossing the open fields.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Alright, do you have any orders?
Yes, we rally the troops on the right flank of the Pakzug. Basically, the troops from Unit Conrad are to be rallied on the right flank of the Pakzug, and once they are rallied, they are to join the other German forces at Orica to suppress the enemy forces across the bridge to aid Heinrich's flanking maneuver.
What troops do you mean exactly? What troops?
The ones that should be rallied, or which do you mean?
You mean the ones that were marching to the aforementioned path given by Duki, or is this what you want, Duki? Okay, cool. They're gonna turn back around. All right. I'm not.
Yeah, I did send 50 in advance.
Yeah,
for,
I'm gonna have them turn around then. Do you have any orders? Do you have any orders? Please. Please give me orders. Okay, no orders, I guess. Your mic is muted. There you go.
So sorry. My orders are basically just to continue suppressing fire and supporting the attack, and if we can, shoot any smoke grenades or anything we can. That's about it.
All right. All right. Do you have any orders?
Is it cool if I give a Sam quick?
Yeah, I continue that.
Yeah, I continue the attack. Yes, of course.
Do you have any orders?
What's the statute of the platoon that is the pioneer platoon that is just in front of my MJ platoon?
They are
the ones with the triangle.
They are taking heavy fire and they are having trouble moving. It seems like most of the platoon is suppressed.
Okay. I'll probably let the MG platoon do the most of the work. I try to stay cautious and provide support fire. That's about it.
Understood. Okay, okay, let's have like a last thing and then let's call the game.
Alright,
So
the
these guys over here, their orders were I continue attack. And I guess they were supposed to be the maneuver element, so let's roll assault for them.
I don't actually know how assault works.
Okay, so it's just same as before, but it's just 2 dice instead of only 1. And let's say that they are... Okay, they first gotta fight these 2 guys. And this one guy is suppressed, so let's make it so that he gets to roll 1 die. And then everyone else gets to roll 2 die. And let's say it's disadvantage 1, because this guy has to like cross the stream and go uphill. It would be 2 if it wasn't for the fact there's a lot of stuff to shoot. And yeah, and the Soviets, it's like no disadvantage or anything. So no hit, they hit that guy.
Wait, so this is just disadvantage level 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's it. It's just this.
Oh wow, they are pretty good with the assault. Damn, what? Okay. Friend unit get disruption. And they suppress someone. Oh, didn't they? Okay, the Soviets killed 1 guy. Oh yeah. Oh, that's wrong die.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's actually, since these guys would be shooting from the flank, so let's roll 2 die. Okay, they like, the assault fails, because this guy got both hit. So yeah. Let's just make it so that they're routing, since not actual like every time everyone dies. Actually,
I mean,
okay, well let's make this guy died, but everyone else like runs away.
I can't believe the Germans wasted the artillery on that one guy. Like,
yeah, it's actually
like Marshall,
like
Marshall and the Vassal are panicking that the artillery is coming any moment now.
Yeah, actually, kind of MVP moment.
I hope he's still here, because I just want to tell him he kind of won the game for the Soviets. I really want to tell him that he's still there, heavier.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna roll for this then now?
No, it's going to feel like... Oh.
So what were these guys' orders then? What were their orders? Let's just do
yeah, let's just move them back, to be honest.
These guys are whatever suppressed and shit, I don't know, just what were their orders?
No, well, they're suppressed, so they can't do anything. That's how it's sort of like everyone is suppressed. So basically the attack stalls. There you go. So that's what you can say happened.
So we're gonna call it here?
Yeah, fine. Let's call it here.
Alright.
Okay, and now let's go.
What channel do we move people to?
Lobby.
Where is the lobby channel?
Hello? I'm back. I'm alive.
What happened?
1 sec, guys.
I can't walk anymore. This is sad.
Okay, guys, we've finally reached the conclusion and we can end the game. But before we end the game, and before I break fog of war, I'm gonna ask each other sides, CSCs, how do they think they're doing. So let's start with the Soviet CSC. Marshall, Comrade Marshall, how do you think you are doing?
I think we're doing fine. The enemy quit attacking us. He's either found a way around our position or he's simply run out of the men and fuel and ammunition to proceed, in which case this is a much bigger victory than what we anticipated. So I think we did fine.
And the German CIC Major Victor, how do you think the Germans are doing?
It all depends on the outcome of the flanking attack that Heinrich is currently pulling off. My men haven't routed. They managed to establish quite an impressive line at what's its name again? Orica, and established suppressive fire on the Russian position across the bridge. So we'll have to see what the outcome of the flanking attack is.
Right. Now I can stream the game, and I can also invite you all to game in general. Game name is I guess Kriegsspiel Umpire, and the password is Kriegsspiel. And oh boy, this was might not have been the biggest Open Saturday game I hosted for a while, but definitely was like one of the longest. But I guess it was interesting because there was a lot of maneuvering this game, and like the was really interested to see what was happening. But basically, it is going to be a Soviet victory. The German last attack has unfortunately failed. The German attack towards the Soviet positions, the assaulting force, has unfortunately been forced back with heavy casualties. Although the Soviets themselves have suffered quite a few casualties, and basically many of their platoons have lost so many commanding officers that they're not really fighting formations anymore. But basically, as the German attack has failed to breach the Soviet defenses, the rest of the German advance has become stalled. Also, Rankin, can you like use the more transparent?
How do I do that? I don't remember. Sorry.
If you look at my screen, you can. Or look at my stream, you can actually see how to do it. It's basically
I'm looking now.
You got the color, and then there's this bar.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you drawing everything. It's going to help you. Help illustrate a lot, though. So, yeah, the German objective was to basically clear a path for the vanguard of the German army, well, not the whole army, but like the German forces that were invading Estonia, and to clear a path they needed to eliminate the Soviet troops in the area. Unfortunately, though, in the process, the Germans have not really been able to completely destroy all the Soviet formations, and in the process they themselves have basically lost quite a lot of precious manpower. For example, you have basically the whole second pioneer company that is mostly combat ineffective at the moment, and now you have a lot of other formations that are definitely going to have to sit out the few next days of the war.
God damn it, Conrad.
They finished pretty late. Days of 4 hours.
Yeah, you had a bit of lag, but yeah. So now let's go over what happened in the battle real quick, and then we can have everyone talk. So basically, the Soviet plan was kind of a defense in depth. They had the one company here commanded by, who was it? Captain Tolstoy in the south, which was to defend Sulci, and on the heights near Lodi they had another company, and here in the north they had yet another company led by Marshall. So they had the Soviet 3 companies were very spread out, but I guess that was the idea. The German plan was to basically send a fixing force towards Sulzi, while the which was the machine gun company, reinforced by some assets from the battalion, while the rest of the German 3 companies were to attack. I can actually help these illustrate. While the rest of the German companies were to attack in a flanking force towards Lodi. Now the battle started with the German machine gun company attacking towards Sulzi. Interestingly though, upon spotting the German forces, the Soviet 4th Rifle Company decided to abandon their foxhole positions and instead run quickly to the forest north of Sulzi to conduct an ambush, as it seemed like the Soviet commander Tolstoy expected the Germans to continue marching on this road here, and as such he orientated much of his force to face this road. Unfortunately though, the German machine gun company scouts were able to spot some of the Soviet troops leaving their foxhole positions, and as they got closer to Sulzi as well, the Estonian
locals,
the Estonian populace proved a bit anti-Soviet, as it was historically, and they were able to get some hints of an ambush coming their way. And also I should mention that the machine gun company had sent some of their troops, it was about 3 platoons on a flanking mission, which was intentionally or unintentionally about to end up basically encircling the ambushing force. Eventually a firefight broke out, with the Germans taking some casualties in the initial minutes of the firefight as they got closer to the Soviet positions, and the Soviets began being threateningly encircled from the north. And upon seeing this, basically maybe an ambush, if you can call it that at this point, but upon the beginning of this firefight, the Germans decided to answer to the Soviets by firing all the ammunition their mortars had on these the Soviet positions, and then following it up with the whole with the field howitzer battery that they had in their disposal, firing all of the ammunition on the Soviet positions in 15 minutes.
Well, that works better than I thought it would.
Yeah. So even though this Soviet force absolutely and basically the whole company was destroyed in this failed ambush, they were able to take up a lot of German resources, in the sense that they were able to slow down the German advance, as a whole company, Pioneer Company, I think it was the 2nd Pioneer Company, was sent north to basically assist in the firefight. And most importantly, they were able to, the Germans used up all of their mortar and field howitzer ammunition on these Soviet troops, which you could argue that the Soviets were going to lose the firefight in any case, as they had been surprisingly flanked from the west, and they were outnumbered in any case. In the combat, Captain Tolstoy of the Soviet 4th Rifle Company was in the initial stages wounded, and he was carried on a stretcher northwards, able to survive out of the firefight just in time to be captured by the German, I think it was 1st Pioneer Company, which was en route to the north. and as such the heroic Captain Tolstoy ended up being a prisoner. There was a minor skirmish in the region of Lodi between the Soviet 2nd Rifle Company and the advancing, I think it was the 1st German Pioneer Company.
It was the infantry.
Oh, the infantry. Okay, the 3rd Infantry Company. The Soviets had, I think, from what I understand, they had a good initial firefight, after which they started to disengage, as did the Germans. So it was a quite successful delaying action by, who was it? Senior Lieutenant Vazin's 2nd Rifle Company. The 2nd Rifle Company then fell back to Matapera, where the 1st Rifle Company, led by the Soviet Commander-in-Chief Marshall, was awaiting in their prepared positions, not having fired an entire shot throughout before. So at this point, and the Germans continued. Also, I should mention this last stand of the German Soviet 4th Company. The Germans then spent quite a good amount of time basically reorganizing their troops after the ordeal. So maybe that gave the Soviets even more time to reorganize their troops. Nevertheless, eventually the Germans continued advancing. I'm not quite sure about the placement. No, I think that's about correct. Into the following areas. The machine gun, the combat near Matapera started with the German 5th Company, meaning the machine gun company, crossing the Bogi River east of Matapera, which proved to be the machine gun company had supported their attack with some smoke rounds, but unfortunately the smoke rounds have not landed to support the machine gun company, but the advance of the 2nd Pioneer Company. And as such, as the machine gun company was crossing the difficult bogged and open ground of this river here near Matapera, they were opened up. They started taking fire from a lone Soviet platoon positioned in Orica, which was able to deal a good amount of casualties to the advancing Germans until being assaulted by the entirety of the 2nd Pioneer Company under the cover of the machine gun company smoke. Meanwhile, in the west, the German 3rd Infantry Company began their advance towards Siniliaku. They also suffered some casualties on the way, but were quite successfully able to destroy a Soviet infantry platoon in the area. And as everyone else was fighting, the 1st Pioneer Company that had been marching next to the machine gun company before also started their own attack. This attack was near Toigaste, a name that many of the soldiers of the 1st Pioneer Company will likely remember, as the second
surviving ones at least.
Yeah, surviving ones at least. As the 2nd Rifle Company of Senior Lieutenant Vasun of the Red Army had redeployed to Toigaste, basically as the 1st Pioneer Company crossed this river. Quite poor terrain, boggy swampy ground as well, with all these streams around. They were met by the entire 2nd Rifle Company, which basically nearly outnumbered the German 1st Pioneer Company, and much of the 1st Pioneer Company became casualties in the first 50 minutes of the firefight. And the rest of the Pioneer Company proceeded to run back to Maltküla in absolute chaos. The commander of the first pioneer company, then Duki, then spent much of the remaining battle trying to motivate his absolutely demoralized soldiers who had lost many of their commanding officers. Then as the Germans took the positions of Orica and Sinaliaku and the attack near Toigasta was repulsed, the Soviets formed an ad hoc defensive line north of the river near Toigasta. It wasn't really good defensive terrain at all. It was quite open, and as such men basically relied taking cover in road ditches. The Germans then took quite a long time to prepare their final attack. The commander of the battle group, Victor, himself drove up on his Kubelwagen all the way up in the north to organize the attack. And the attack started with the depleted machine gun company and the first pioneer company trying to suppress and cover suppress the Soviets and cover the advance of the 3rd Infantry Company. Unfortunately, the 3rd Infantry Company, as they were crossing the open and somewhat difficult terrain, were met by considerable resistance, and the attack was repulsed, and with that the entire German force started to lose faith in the whole attack and organization broke down. The Soviets have lost many of their formations in the sense that they have
Just
lost
a few.
They have lost a good amount of their commanding officers of the formations, and they lost an entire company as well. So it's not a bloodless victory for the Soviets, but perhaps at this time the Soviets are willing to trade men for time. Yeah, perhaps, if you want to be so brutal about that. And this definitely isn't going to be like a shining moment of blitzkrieg for the German military historians or something like that. But anyway, that's what happened in the battle. So now let's go over to the... Actually, let's first let the umpires talk before the players talk, and then we'll have the players talk. When the players start talking, we'll have the CICs talk first. But before that, because it's quite late, if someone has to go before the CICs start talking, they can talk right after the umpires. But now, let's let the umpires talk, and let's start with you, Ranka, and what did you think about the battle?
Well, I don't have much to say because Otoski gave quite a good overview of the whole battle. I umpired the Soviets. It was quite fun. The absolute German surrounding of the fourth company. No, yes, whatever.
Fourth Rifle Company.
Fourth Rifle Company was fascinating to see. It's just the usage of artillery was a question mark for me, but otherwise it was cool. It was cool watching German, especially this whole forest. I didn't mark it on the map here, but I found that whoever was commanding here, the German player, they pretended to walk away, and then went back into the forest to sneak up, like after having apparently left, which I thought was cool. But yeah, other than that, Gotowski pretty much gave a very good overview of the battle. It was fun to umpire, it was fun to watch. So thank you for that.
Alright. So thank you. Let's go to Vsauce now.
Yeah, well, the map was obviously quite large, and affected both the gameplay and the planning of the two sides. But you kind of think that, the German operation really did not catch the Soviet troops the way they might have wanted to. They had to reorganize into another offensive once they reach the city of Lodi, and after that, they have lost a lot of their organization, I suppose, so to speak. And I do have to give it to the Soviets. Losing one company but still managing to hold out was a very impressive feat, and just goes to show that numbers aren't everything. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Yeah, before I move to players, I would like to say this battle was based on the historical Battle of Viljandi, which was somewhat of a skirmish fought in this area with these troops. It was basically a skirmish with the Soviets successfully delaying the Soviet 22nd Motorized NKVD division, actually, delaying the Germans for a day until they had to disengage due to the threat of being encircled. Unlike here, the Germans didn't really, unlike in the real battle, the Germans didn't really outnumber the Soviets, but they definitely outgunned the Soviets. They were supported by artillery and etc. And it was quite it was definitely a battle of maneuver, as there weren't really that many prepared positions in the real life battle either. But now, is there any player who needs to go now before I let the commander-in-chiefs talk? Okay, looks like it's not. Or Endless Nights, do you need to go soon? Is it too late for you? Okay.
No, I don't need to go soon. It's alright.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, so no one is in a hurry. So
Kinda need to.
okay, Crusader, you can talk now. You were the third infantry company on the Soviet. I mean Germans.
Yeah, the German rifle company. I mean, I just don't think I can say too much. I just walked a very long way and then died, and then got to meet Major Tolstoy. Very, very fun to talk to, of course, as you do with prisoners of war.
Can I just say, I was constantly asking about that commanding officer after you've mentioned them on the radio channel, and have not heard about him since, and then saw that you were talking to him the entire time through breaking a bit of RP here, looking through the chat IDs. So that was a bit cheeky of you to your commanding officer, hiding that prisoner of war.
I mean, I didn't hide him. I reported his presence, and he would be dealt with due diligence.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As soon as he saw me, he threatened to shoot me.
All right.
Said I was not able to.
All right. Let's now go over to the CSCs then. So let's start with the Soviet CSC, Comrade Marshall.
Thank you, Comrade. The plan actually worked even better than I anticipated. Everything went pretty much according to plan, which is an incredibly rare stroke of luck in any Kriegsspiel and in any real-life scenario. The plan was very simple. Deploy the, I think that was the 4th Rifle, down around Soltsi. The entire purpose of that was to prevent deep enemy scouting of our real positions, which were further back, and to basically get the enemy to deploy and consume resources before they got to our main line of resistance, which was up around, I don't even see the names anymore. There's so much written on the map. Up in my position. So that went very well. It was not expected that, like, they were written off. We didn't expect to see or hear from them again. So much so that when I received a dispatch, I didn't even send the dispatch runner back. I was like, okay, I'm not going to reply, because we call that good money after bad. So we knew they were lost. I am, of course, very proud. This is a true hero of the Soviet Union moment, that the 4th Rifle Company did so well. When they got up around Lodi, whatever, the plan there was to hit them in the flank with an ambush, basically what I called a spoiling attack. I don't know if that went perfectly. When I saw a glimpse of their positions, it looked like they were deployed a little more forward than I wanted them to be. Nonetheless, it appears that it was quite successful, and the unit, of course, fell back, which I expected it to do, which provided me with substantial reinforcements to bolster our defenses, on my line. So for me, I gave very few orders. I didn't do very much. I probably gave 3 or 4 orders the entire game. Most of the time, my orders were nothing, or it was to kill. Just kill the enemy. Just stand there and kill. Because we were positioned pretty well, and I think when they crossed the marsh in front of Matapeka, that was just a gimme. They had no idea I had a strong point there, and of course they just marched right in front of it and got shot up. I couldn't have planned it better. So, I took advantage of the lay of the land and the operation area, and it seemed to have paid off. I had good subordinates who made right choices. So I'm very pleased with my subordinates, and in particular, Senior Lieutenant Oleski Vasian, aka Moscovite, was mentioned positively in dispatches that were sent to the rear, and he should be receiving some medal for his work. Thank you.
All right.
Soviet-Union then.
Excuse me.
All right, let's go to the next Commander-in-Chief, so Major Octavius Victor of the German side.
Yes, so that was a bit disappointing, but incredibly well played by the Soviets and Marshall. I tip my hat at you.
Thank you.
And to hear that everything went basically exactly as planned, it is indeed a rarity, which is also another impressive feat that is not easily accomplished. For my plan, I planned to do a flanking attack like what Otowisky had said, fix the enemy at Solzi and then basically take Lodi, reassemble the forces after capturing the remainder of the Soviets at Solzi, and then push north and overwhelm the enemy. I used up the artillery far too soon. I gave in to the first panicked report by that I heard and used up the artillery, which could have been vital and taking the final third Soviet position later on. And it was sorely missed at that point in time, but that is a bit of future talk. I think I didn't manage to convey my orders well enough, or that I managed to portray the vision that I had for my subordinates well enough in order for them to get a proper operational picture, so that I can exert my control over them more effectively through the use of properly written orders. I think that was my greatest failing. My subordinates were incredibly well and capable, though I almost teared my hair out when at Lodi my troops didn't chase down and fix the, I think it was the second rifle company of the Soviets. The second rifle company? Or which one was it? The fourth?
It was second.
Second.
The second. I wanted to tear out my hair at that moment because I had multiple times ordered them to fix the enemy, to pin them down, so that they can be destroyed in detail through flanking maneuvers. But other than that, they performed extremely superbly and reacted really fast. But yeah, I think that because I didn't manage to properly articulate my orders and wasted the artillery far too early. I cost us the victory. Anyway, regardless, it was a fun game.
Thank you. Now let's start with actually Captain Tolstoy, since I think he might be the MVP, since he did get that artillery wasted and wasted a lot of... He took down a few Germans with him and wasted a lot of their time, at least, at the cost of his whole company and himself.
Well, I lived. My legs did not. I basically started the game at Sulsti, and I was under the impression that the Germans would probably know they would have scouted out my original starting position, and so I withdrew northwards a bit as soon as the game started in an attempt to get an ambush. However, as mentioned before, this movement was unfortunately spotted, and so the Germans slowly began to surround my company. Just before this, I saw that there was a German column down the road, and that there was a German column at around Cassie, I think, from some dust being thrown up or something like that. And so I thought I let the CIC know. Sorry, I let the commander know, and then I just kind of set myself in for an ambush. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited some more. And little did I know that I was slowly being surrounded this whole time. And so by the time I actually got my first combat, I was injured instantly. And kind of just seeing where all this fire was coming from, I wanted to try and make a breakout attempt to the north towards Lodi, just to try and delay an escape. This did not work. Let's just say that. And so I attempted to make it back to the Alliance and captured at Lodi myself. And so that was my game.
Alright, thank you. Let's go to someone who was fighting you very actively in the forest near Sulzi, or primarily he was fighting you. Lieutenant von Ioritz of the German machine gun company. If he's here, you are muted, Ioritz. There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello. Yeah, my company saw a lot of fighting. I won't repeat what's been told. Before entering Solsi, I had 3 of my platoons in the Western Woods, so I did lose it was out of my sight, so I waited for them, and then I sent a couple of scouts, and then the firefight started. I panicked a bit, I asked the commander for support, but the friendly units were quite far since I was supposed to fix the enemy, and I didn't realize it was the only artillery support we would have. So it was very fun encircling the ambush. And then we marched north. There was a bit of confusion on the road to Lodi, but we kept going. And I thought the enemy will be deployed at the village of Matapera, and it was actually deployed more to the north. So we were prepared our assault on Matapera, and then we were all in the same spot where we probably would have, where it would probably have been better to flank the enemy, maybe to the right, maybe from the right. I asked the commander of the first Pioneer to flank the enemy from the north, but he was ambushed. So I think we probably mostly lacked scouting as we went further and further deep into the enemy lines. But overall, it was very fun, and yeah, so of action, and yeah, made a lot of good accents, made a lot of errors. So yeah, good game.
Thank you. To be honest, your decision to call the artillery support, even though it maybe necessarily wasn't a good idea, it was like a reasonable one. Like I could see someone in real life who heard that his company might be marching directly into an ambush, calling him like any support, all support he had to save his companies.
Even though by that point it wasn't an ambush anymore, but yeah.
Let's now go to the next player. Who wants to talk?
Me?
Yeah, let's go to the commander of the second Soviet rifle regiment who fought here and destroyed the German 1st Pioneer Company at Toigasta.
Well, our initial plan was to, my part, to strike German into the flank, but suddenly it appears that these positions was overstretched because I thought that I would be able to cover more distance because of our area operation. So it overstretched from there to there, and I was able to see only what's happening near Suoloja. I seen marching Germans there, and I see that it wasn't the right moment to strike the enemy. I decided to wait until the more Germans will come up north, but they decided to come south, and I really hurtfully regret about my decision to not strike on them, although it was assault on open field into the roads and villages. Wasn't a good idea, but I understand this, but I feel really hardly because I knew that these Germans were coming to slay my comrades from the 4th Company. The hard decision for me to not push further and just watching how Germans marching on the road towards Lodi. And then later I understand that my positions makes no sense anymore and I was outflanked, so I decided to attack what Germans have there anyway. And while these maneuvers happened, from this point to this, I was engaged with some German platoons in Lodi, which I really didn't want to participate in. I didn't expect them to be there, and yeah, I also expected the Germans would have some artillery, and since I was on the fly without any defensive positions, I decided to just flee north to strengthen defense on the north, as it was agreed on according to the plan. Marshall, or CAC. Overall, it's a lot of micromanaging and me going with platoons around, trying to understand where Germans will strike, and then just come up north, have some time to rest, and then just reinforce positions which I was ordered by our commander-in-chief, glorious Captain Marshall, who was wise to deploy me in Toigasta, then to meet the 1st Pioneer Company to slay them. Yeah, overall, I had a lot of fun and it was really hard to predict enemy movements, and I was failed to do so because my initial deployments was overstretched and wasn't actual. But yeah, it's played out in Soviet side. I also want to add that Germans basically did whatever they can in this, everything that they can in this situation where they used up all of their artillery, but this preparation allowed us to build up handmade positions, which has also played a key role while we detach our forces up north, which didn't participate initially. Perfect. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, umpires. It was really fun to play.
Thanks for playing. And now let's go to Endless Nights. I think he's the final one, as Dookie has. I think he left just before the debriefing process. And yeah, but yeah, Endless
He
Nights.
left the moment it began.
Yeah, Endless Nights. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. I was in charge of the first pioneer. For the most part, I did a lot of walking today. So I was part of the initial flanking group. Turns out most of the fighting near Solski was over before I could move down there. And as we just heard, I tried to chase after a little bit after the Soviet rifle company that was positioned up on Hill 100, but they just ran really far away to their other prepared position before I could properly pin them down, which I'm very sorry to my commanding officer that I wasn't able to suppress them. But because if I was to chase after them at the same speed, I was worried I was going to get hit by some prepared position of some kind. Yeah, for the most part, lots of marching through the Estonian countryside today. Before getting completely annihilated during the big final assault, trying to fight on Oriknij. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Orikaveski, I think.
But yeah, so sorry, this is my first Kriegsspiel with this group, so yeah, hopefully I'll do better next time.
Yeah, hope to see you around.
You did great. Not genuinely.
Yeah, the machine gun company could have taken more casualties if you didn't charge under the cover of smoke at the Soviet troops.
I think in general this module really emphasizes maneuver warfare and the concept of small arms tactics and combined arms tactics, how different fire teams operate together and how they can only succeed by fixing the enemy and then maneuvering them to flank them and then deliver the killing blow, or by delaying the enemy through really sharp engagements like the Soviets did.
Yeah, it's this was pretty good counter to the Germans, just basically having a defense in depth, which is what the Soviets had. So also this module certainly, since this is 1941, just after a few months after the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, I'd say, with all this not that well defended positions and with these open spaces, it's a nice contrast to the Marienburg line module that Marshall fought a battle in and streamed as well, which is in 1944. It's still in Estonia, but there you have the Soviets attacking, and it's a large initial bombardment after which everyone with mass goes in. So it's there's a lot less maneuvering in there than in this, and the open fields of early Barbarossa, where you're basically trying to race the enemy.
Well, good game to everyone. Thank you to everyone who participated. I'm going to wrap up the live stream, and I'll be right back.
Yep. Thanks, Rankan. Not Rankan. Well, thanks to Rankan as well for umpiring, but thanks, Marshall.
Yes. Yeah, thanks for the module. I thought it was very interesting, and I want to try again. Hopefully, I'll do better next time.
Yeah, glad to hear.
I had fun. Thank you. See you all next time. Hopefully.
Yep. See ya.
Yep.